Priestess. I'm Teresa, and thank you so much for joining the live stream today. I'm going to give a few moments for some folks to come into the session, and then we're going to get started. If we have questions for the cards today, I am doing free mini readings, and if not, I'll start with a general message for the collective. So, happy Wednesday to everyone. If you're watching it on the live stream, and if not, if you're watching the replay, this was recorded on Wednesday, September the 24th of 2025, but the messages are timeless as always. Glad to have you here. Bear with me just a moment. We'll get some incense going. Welcome, welcome. We're getting set up here. Like I said, I'm Teresa. I'm glad to have you in here, and we will be doing some mini readings today. If you have a question for the cards, don't be shy. Place your question in the chat box and we can get started. Bear with me. Got to get the incense rolling. Uh-oh. Hey, Miss Robin. How are you today? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Did you have a question for the cards today, Miss Robin? Or are you just popping in on your break? Hey, Niana, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Get a little sage going. You doing great? Awesome. Happy Wednesday. I still don't know where the time is going, y'all. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a time vacuum, and then I look up and months are gone by. Time has been getting weird for me over the past 4 or 5 years anyway. But this year has been crazy. It really feels like it should be like March to me, and it's September. I'm like, where has the year gone? It's crazy. Hey, Natalie Rose, good morning to you, or good afternoon, beautiful soul. It is 12:12 in my corner of the world. I'm not sure what time it is in your corner, but I'm glad to have you. I got the beautiful souls coming in, sharing some love today. I'm loving it. Does anyone have a question for the cards, or we just gonna rock out with a general for the time being? Y'all, I pulled some cards out at random just to do the thumbnail with, and came up with the Ten of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, and material and spiritual prosperity. I'm like, yeah, I'll take that all day. I love it. Oh, you in Texas? Yes. Yeah, indeed. Good morning to you. Whatever messages the ancestors have for you and your son. All right. You said, which Anunnaki text was I reading from recently that talks about the Anunnaki? Truthfully, in my opinion, as far as an Anunnaki Bible, if there were such, to me, it would have to be the Lost Book of Enki, because that goes all the way back to the beginning, so to speak. Lord Enki tells of not just the Genesis story, but what happened before the Genesis story, why they came to Nibiru. I mean, well, why? Truthfully, they do touch on why they came to Nibiru, what happened on Nibiru that caused them to go forth and come to Earth, and then what happened when they got to Earth up to the Adamu story, and how the Adamu story actually played out. It gives more insight to that, and it starts tying in some of the things that happened after the Garden of Eden, because by the time you get through the Lost Book of Enki, in the end, like I said, most of the names that you read in Genesis chapter 5 also are cross-referenced in the glossary in the Lost Book of Enki. There are several characters that show up in the Lost Book of Enki that are prominent figures in the scriptures, like Kenan and Terah, who I believe is Abram's father. Then Enoch shows up, Methuselah, all of those characters are also in the Lost Book of Enki. So to me, that ties in a bit of a way of authenticating each other, if you will. If you can believe that the Bible story is real and the characters that are named there, those same characters show up in the Lost Book of Enki. And as far as I know, the Anunnaki texts are the oldest texts that we've been able to find thus far. And they're saying they were the first ones here. So you kind of have to believe that that's going all the way back to the root of the tree. Your grandfather came to see you in your dream and told you to keep doing what you're doing. You really don't know what he meant. Why is Anunnaki? Why Anunnaki? What is love there? GY Daniel, it's way too much. This is a tarot session. I would encourage you. I'm not trying to cut you short because I'm really not. That's what I'm here and that's what I'm all about. That's what I'm here for. However, I discuss a lot of that on my other channel, Modern Mystic Messages, and I won't allow people to bring tarot into that session anymore, into that channel. I kind of separated them just to keep it, like I said, a little bit separate. So I would highly encourage you to go to the home page of this channel, scroll all the way down to the bottom. There's an icon there for Modern Mystic Messages. If you'll tap on that icon and subscribe to Modern Mystic Messages and set it for notifications, there's a lot of information on that channel that can help you understand what I'm saying. What is my favorite facet in it? Brief sum of preference, you mean? Oh, okay, no worries. The reason that I'm so fascinated with the Anunnaki is because when I became clairaudiently linked with Yeshua, the person that y'all refer to in the Bible as Jesus, he pointed me back to the Anunnaki. And the more I dug and cross-referenced between the scriptures and the Lost Book of Enki and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, it became very evident to me that in all likelihood, Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth. And even if he's not the second incarnation of Thoth, he is the son of Lord Enki. When he was referring to my father, in the scriptures, he was not referring to Yahweh, Jehovah, as Christianity would have you believe. He was talking about the other Elohim. The Bible, Yahweh, he said, I am a jealous God. And over time, he edged out all of his other compatriots because he wanted to be the only one. But if you really read the Bible with understanding of the mistranslations, the scriptures mention more than one Elohim. And in fact, they talk about how the Jews had left, the nation of Israel stopped worshiping Yahweh for a while and went back to worshiping Asherah, his wife. But at the end of the day, the issue of sovereignty that's laid out in the Bible is of two brothers. It's not Satan, the devil, versus Yahweh, because Satan is Yahweh. That's the other part they don't tell you. But the real issue of sovereignty in the Bible is between Enlil and Enki, or Yahweh. Enki is the brother that actually he was the us and let us make man in our image. That was Lord Enki. Yahweh, Jehovah, is Lord Enlil, and he has always hated humanity. So when I learned those things, it really gave me massive interest in the Anunnaki story. But anyway, you said you heard me the first time. You would like to refer back to the beautiful reading that you had done that I did for you. Okay, let me go back in here. We're gonna make a list. I'm gonna start up. Let me see. The first one to speak up here was, hold on. The first one to speak up was Amanda. I'm gonna start my list here so we make sure we keep this fair and square. Bear with me a second. Okay, so Amanda, and then Mikavac, welcome in. I'm sorry, or Mike HVAC. I'm sorry. I had to get my eyes together to figure out what that was. But Mike HVAC, welcome in, and I got you. Natalie Rose, I got you as well. Zach Cole, Robin, GY Daniel, did you wish to have cards pulled for you today? Trina Monique, you're not gonna be a problem today, are you? You welcome in, but only if you're not gonna be a problem. The last time you came in here, I think you were a little bit, you were trying to be a bit of a problem. So we're gonna be nice today. Good morning to you. Welcome in. Good morning, Arsan the Angel. Welcome. GY Daniel, I'm gonna place you on the list just because you showed up in order, just in case you decide to double back. You can always decline when the time comes. Let's see, we got Arsan. Oh, you're welcome, dear. You're so very welcome. And I don't mind, like I said, doing a brief summary. You said cars can go for the others today. And here's the thing, GY. Oftentimes, even if you just listen, you'll still get a message that you're supposed to get. Because most readings are general. I'm doing specific readings here by request today. But if you've been drawn here for a reason, it was no accident. So there's probably a message in the cards for you as well today, if you care to stick around a little bit. Yeah. Um, Let me see. Our son, Angel, Trina Monique. You said my channel came across the feed. Awesome. Again, there are no mistakes. This channel is too tiny for anybody to be finding it by mistake. So if it came across your feed, you can best to know your angels, your guides, whoever it is, and however you consider direction, definitely wanted you here. You say you're at the courthouse. Oh, okay, Brittany. Welcome in. Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. And we're sending some positive energy your way that everything goes smoothly for you and you get exactly what you need today. Absolutely. Let me get a little light going here and then we're going to get locked and loaded. You had court at 1:30. Okay. You know what, y'all? I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to pull a couple of quick cards for her since she could get called in at any moment and have to put her phone down just to see what we got going on. Not a lot, just a little bit here. I hope you all don't mind. But Brittany is A1 day one. Yeah, I know. That's why I say let's see what Archangel Michael and the Guardian Angels got for you today, because I get it. And of course, I do want to take a moment to thank and call in my guides, Archangel Michael. I ask that you place a wall of protection around me and any of the viewers that are present here today, as well as Archangel Raphael. Please bring in your healing grace and guidance. Yeshua, please, I'd like for you to preside with your loving energy. Allow me to see what I need to see, say what I need to say. Beautiful Lord Enki, our Father and Benefactor, I thank you for guidance and clarity on the issues that you bring to me. For my tarot guides and ancestors, I ask your guidance and direction here as well. Archangel Sandalphon, please give me wisdom of the tarot as well, please, and thank you, Ashe. All right, let's see what we got here. We are asking the angels, ask your angels came out. Forgiveness was here, holding on to past hurts might be preventing you from moving forward. I'm not sure about that. But then again, maybe there's another round of something Spirit wants you to look at. Forgiveness does not mean that you condone another's actions. It simply means that you're no longer willing to be a perpetual victim to a particular person or event. Blame is a waste of your precious energy. Bless and surrender the past, for in doing so, you'll reclaim the joy in life. The affirmation: be aware of your language and thoughts. The most powerful statement you can ever make, think, or feel is thank you. Be grateful for all the blessings in your life. As we acknowledge the divine order of life, the universe responds with ever greater blessings. You are a powerful creator. All you say and think resonates through the heart of creation. And creation responds accordingly. I know for sure that that one is yours. Yes, perfect timing and you're ready are here. and let go. So I know you're nervous, but don't be too worked up about it. I think it's gonna be all right here. Bottom of this deck says the situation is already resolved. I like that. Let me see what else we got here. Detach from the situation. Forgive yourself. You've done nothing wrong. Keep your eyes on your targeted intention. So yeah, keep sending that positive energy. Like I said, we're sending it too. But I think you're gonna be good to go. Energy healing just came out for you, and that is Merlin. So maybe you're getting ready to work a little magic here. Positive changes here with Parvati. Father, husband, brother, son with Osiris. Nurture yourself with Mother Mary. And a yes, Lord Ganesh with the prosperity card came out. I like that. I really like that. Now let's see what else we got. Ooh, Master Jesus with forgiveness is at the bottom of this deck. Already resolved. Yep. Light activation with Sanat Kumara is here. Shine your light. Your internal guidance is coming through loud and clear. Lord Shiva, transcendence, rise up, honor your inner force. Steps are being given. Dance with the universe. Spirit got you. And Mavatar Babaji is here with soul expansion. Your consciousness is expanding. Take a few moments before you go into court and get to a quiet spot if you can and go into meditation a little bit and talk to your guides. But I do believe you're going to be just fine, my dear. Just fine. All right, all right. Let's go. You got this. Plus the fact that helps that, like you said, your guy, your ex has been pretty reasonable through most of this. I think you're gonna be fine. I think you'll be very pleasantly uh satisfied with the results. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, now that we got Miss Brittany taken care of, and thank you all for your patience with that. Like I say, I definitely know what it's like to be sitting up anxious, and I appreciate y'all allowing me to do that for her. Now we're gonna get right on in here on the actual list proper. And first up, we have Amanda. And she said whatever spirit want her to know for her and her son. So let us see. Let me pull a little tarot. Said reasonable, except you don't want to pay more. Except he don't want to pay more than $450 a month for 4 kids. Oh hell, no. I mean, sorry, no. I think the judge gonna advise him a little differently. I don't think you got to, unless he's working a minimum wage job somewhere. I really don't think you got nothing to worry about, Brittany. I don't see how you could possibly come out with without getting some kind of an increase. Like I say, unless he's making minimum wage, which I seriously doubt that. Wow, that's crazy. Amanda, we started out here on the good foot with the Six of Pentacles, because I know that you wanted to get to that point of benevolent humanitarianism, the equal give and take. The Nine of Pentacles is here, so we definitely, like I said, it's a progression, and the Six of Wands. Loving that. Victory, abundance, sharing is caring. Six of Cups. Wait, look. With what you got going on in your house, the Six of Cups could not come out. But I love that they came out side by side, 6 and 6. Whoa, what else flipped over here? That's way too much. Let me try reshuffling that. Yeah, well, he gonna have to. He don't really want to bring himself up for an audit, so I would recommend he get up off his butt and pay some more for them kids. 450, that's appropriate for one child. You know what I'm saying? And you got no, no, no. We're not doing all of that. Oh wow. Honestly, our sign that might be. Like I said, look, when you're drawn to a reading, even if it ain't your reading, the information that we get, the signs of synchronicities we get all day long are for us if we're available to understand them and see what they mean. So if it felt like a synchronicity to you, it absolutely is. Ooh, not Brittany. I'm so sorry, Amanda. Six of Pentacles, Nine of Pentacles, Six of Wands, Six of Cups. So now you got this 666, which is a prosperity message in and of itself. And then bust out with the Empress and the Ten of Pentacles. Are you kidding me? And the Two of Wands. It's underway for sure. With the Ace of Pentacles, woo, the High Priestess, Death, and the King of Swords at the end over here. What's at the top? The Tower. Yeah, Spirit is bringing this in. It feels bumpy right now, and we get that, but I'm loving the fact that you're patient and understand why. There is celebration at the end of this, though. The Three of Cups came out for you, and the Queen of Cups is right here. So we had the King of Swords and the Queen of Cups. I love that pairing. I really, really do, because as an empath, we do have a tendency to get that, to be in that mushy gushy Queen of Cups energy. Now we all could use a little more Queen of Swords energy in our lives, but I get it because I'm that way too, a little soft in the middle, literally and figuratively. But when the King of Swords comes up, one thing that gives you an edge in this Queen of Cups energy is the spiritual aspect. Sitting in this Empress, High Priestess, or like I like to say, the High Empress energy, kind of sort of helps you not get so stuck in that the mushy gushy part of the Queen of Cups energy. But the King of Swords comes in as a balancer, because he definitely, like you say, he's king of all. He surveys. Don't mind using this when he got to. He don't use it unfairly or unjustly, but in the transformation, in this death transformation, either you're going to step more into this Queen of Swords energy, your King of Swords energy yourself, or someone is going to show up in your life that's actually going to wield that sword for you. Whether it's romantic or not, at first it probably won't be, because, like you say, you've been in a healing phase and that ain't immediately what you're looking for. You got other priorities, but eventually it may become more towards the end. And we have the Chariot. Yeah, you are willing this. You're bringing this in for yourself. Let's see. You don't know. Oh, exactly. 450 a month is nothing for kids. You got four kids? No. Oh yeah, you got to take her to court because she done left her kids with you too. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are a lot of women that get caught up in some foolishness these days, but it is what it is. Let me get back over here. Amanda, I'm finish you up here because woo. I like this energy though. These cards are looking real, real lovely, Amanda. Wisdom is here. This is that Hierophant energy. So the fact, and I love that it came out. I was basically gonna kind of clarify these down the middle. And the first cards in this deck is the Six of Pentacle. In the second in the second line is the High Priestess. So the High Priestess and the Six of Pentacles is clarified by the Hierophant, who is the divine counterpart of the High Priestess. Ooh, we got the Destiny. This is the World coming out here. So on the other side of this rebirth, we got the Nine of Pentacles, Six of Wands, and the World with the Death card. Hmm. The next little part of this lineup would be the Six of Cups, and then we had the Tower and the King of Swords coming over here. This is clarified by this suffering in silence, which is like the Nine of Wands energy. So I definitely understand where that came from. But like I said, you have persevered. It's not gonna continue like that. We have, oh yeah. Two of them came out here for the Empress, Ten of Pentacles, Three of Cups. Will I think this fits in, kind of moves collaterally with the Tower energy. We've got accelerated motion, which is like Eight of Wands energy, along with moving on, which is like Six of Swords. So Eight of Wands, Six of Swords over here with this Three of Cups and the Tower. Spirit got you. Like I said, it's a little bit rocky. As they say, when your head is in the lion's mouth, you don't wiggle your butt. And you didn't. Look, two of Wands came out here with the waiting game, which is like Two of Wands energy again. So double clarified with this Queen of Cups. And I didn't even pay attention. The Queen of Cups is a Cancer card, and so is the Chariot. So you got the Queen of Cups and the Chariot here with this waiting game and the Two of Wands, finishing out the line with the Ace of Pentacles. What's over here? Obstacles and challenges. Intuition. I'm going to shuffle for this last card. Well, actually, I could. I ain't having that one. We're going to take what? Ooh. Oh, Lord, a bunch of them popped out. Let me see. I get it, too. We had deception and envy here. That's Seven of Swords, which we know why. And again, it ain't even so much that in this case, you are aware of the deceit around you, but you've got to be a little bit quiet and keep it under your hat. So this is not a bad thing. Sacrifices here, that hangman energy. Love begins here. That's Ace of Cups energy. And then shadow, which is that judgment? I'm trying to remember. Hold on. The moon. Okay. That's why. Which is kind of sort of ties back into Cancer energy as well. So do you have Cancer in your chart, Amanda? Because a lot of it showed up here. Or maybe that's just because you are bringing in so much love and compassion and all of those good things as well. I don't know. Ooh, I'm loving that. Hope is at the bottom of this deck. Yeah, which is the star. So definitely, that's what you got to look forward to. Wow. Now we're gonna get a couple of oracles and then we'll be done over here. Oh my God. She said she want to take half of everything you ever make, but you got her babies. That's a garbage. I mean, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to talk about your lady, but that's a garbage woman. She done already walked away from her children, and she got a man that she can trust with her children. But not only does she not want to take care of them, she want to actually take money and food out of their pocket for her spending use. Y'all ain't together no more, but she want to take half of everything you ever make, even though you got her babies. Shameful. Ooh, Amanda, it says, ask your spirit guide is the first one of the healing spirits that came out. And again, just we started out with the Six of Pentacles energy. The cards that came out of this deck were carry the torch for others to see, wake up the world, send out help to others, and share the gift. That is all what this is all about. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a double, triple confirmation. And just because I had pulled these with the hero's journey, yeah, discover your superpower, access 100% of your mojo, plant seeds of intention, go, grow, and glow are here. And X marks the spot. See the love in disguise. Girl, you are on track and on target. Never fear, never fear. The magic zone, the exhilaration of discombobulation is at the bottom of the deck. And at the top, what do we have? Make the grade with flying colors. Remember, you signed up for this. You stepping into mission and purpose, my love. I'm just glad that you have enough long range vision to be patient for it. Because look, when spirit is really cooking up something for us, sometimes it do take some time to get all of the moving parts together. And I think some of us kind of, we get impatient because we've been on what we consider the downside for so long. We don't even understand it was a setup. It was a setback for the setup, or set up for a move forward, however you want to look at it. We have spirit messages here: observe limitations, emotional challenges, resolve the issue. Guardian here: guard your energy, third eye vision, reclaim your mind, and then channel your knowledge. Critic, what does it say? Oh, critical judgment. Can't even see. With meditation coming after, and then galactic healer. Move forward with an open mind. And eternal union, new love is forming. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, you better, because like I said, it's getting too juicy to, no matter how long it takes for them to get all the moving parts together. You can feel it. The cards are showing it. You kind of sort of understand it. Like I said, it ain't you. When you can watch tarot readings the way you're supposed to, tarot readings are not supposed to be for definitive answers. They genuinely are for confirmation. That's why it's okay that we say it's for entertainment purposes only. Take what resonates, leave the rest, because genuinely, when it resonates through you, all that does is amplify your energy, your vibration towards it. If I could tell you anything, but if it don't resonate in your soul, you're not gonna believe it. You're gonna push it away, and of course it's not gonna happen. But when you already know it, and then I repeat it out my mouth, then you know that spirit giving you the push to let you know. You didn't just imagine that. You heard us when we said it, because she's saying it too. And then you have the confidence in knowing that it's on the way. That part. Exactly. They are. It's confirmation. It shows you the path that you're on. That's why I tell somebody, if they ever hear a reading that just really don't sit right in their spirit, turn it off. It ain't your reading. I don't care whose it is, if it's mine or somebody else's. Every reading that I give may not be yours. Every reader, because Lord knows I done had plenty of readers that I was sent to. And like I say, at the time that I was sent to them, a cluster of readings, maybe for a week or two, sometimes for a month or more, will resonate so much that it's like give you goosebumps, have your mouth hitting the floor and everything else. And then all of a sudden, I tune into a reading one day of theirs and like, what the heck is she talking about? Is there anything wrong with that lady or brother or sister spiritually? No. The messages they had for me are just over with, and it's time for me to go somewhere else. You're doing the work, checking in with your spirit team and ancestor. Exactly, exactly, exactly. And it looks pretty good over here, in my humble opinion. Like I said, keep doing what you're doing, Ma, because it's looking juicy. All right, all right. Let's see. And up next we have Mike HVAC. Are you still here, dear? If you are, would you please acknowledge and then place your question in the chat? Mike HVAC, are you here? You're welcome, Amanda. You are so very welcome. Like I said, I love doing readings like that. Oh, okay. So would you just like a general reading just to see if there's a message that spirit has for you? Is that all right with you, or did you have a specific question? Um, a general reading? Okay. Pardon me a minute. I'm just trying to get a feel for, like, see if I get a hit on what decks I need to pull for you. This is my process is a little different than some people's, but it is what it is. Um, Mm. Mm. Something to do with perhaps changing the way you eat. Have you been feeling a nudge to change up something? Maybe certain things you used to eat just aren't quite appealing the way they used to, or maybe you're being nudged to look at keto or intermittent fasting or overall I don't know, something, but it says choose foods wisely, help yourself and the planet by reconsidering what you eat. So maybe your spirit guides have been trying to get you to kind of pay attention, tweak that a little bit. Aliens, there are so many strange things out there that we know nothing about. Yeah, that's true. And we're learning more every day. Things are popping up for us. We also have people remember how you make them feel. Be the observer and focus on those around you. I also heard very strongly as I was saying that not only do people remember how you make them feel, we teach people how to treat us. So remember that too, as you're being the observer and focusing on those around you. If you're not being treated the way you want to be treated, think about what you may have been doing inadvertently to train people in a way that is not working that doesn't feel good to you. You know what I mean? Like for example, if you are so independent that you don't know how to accept help from others, but then after a while you come to realize none of the people in your circle seem to be giving anything to you. You're always the one giving, and they never offer help or they never give anything back. Not saying that that's right, but you have to take a point of accountability and stop and examine yourself. Did I inadvertently train them to do that by continuing to overgive and always telling, no, that's all right, I got this. Oh, I don't want to be a burden. Oh, you shouldn't have. If we do that enough, people will begin to take us for granted, and then we start feeling some type of way because we're always left out of the circle. We're doing all the giving and none of the receiving, and that's not healthy. That's imbalanced. Drastic changes are here. You may be going through a dark night of the soul. A lot of us are at this time. Now let's see what else is here. And if you haven't ever identified going through a dark night of the soul, you might want to look online at how to do shadow work or inner child healing. It can be very helpful. If you're a little overwhelmed by this, I don't know where you are in your spiritual journey just yet. Although, if you're on this channel, I don't think you're quite a newbie. You might be new to tarot, but I think you're further along the spiritual journey than you realize. Most of us are on the path before we even realize there is a path. Kind of look back at hindsight and go, oh, that's why all those things were happening. Oh, okay. Professional assistance. It may be time to seek wise counsel. This could be in any area of life, from legal or financial advice to more personal needs, such as counseling or therapy. Let's see what else comes out of the Akashic records. Hmm. You're not seeing the entire picture of a person or a situation. It may be purposefully withheld from you, or you may be choosing to look the other way or betray yourself in some way. It's time to gain some clarity. Compassion. You're being asked to be kinder to yourself, to give yourself a break. Instead of being a taskmaster, a bully, and a horrible friend, be a loving comforter who always has your back. Okay, so this really sounds like between this people remember how you make them feel, and instead of me getting the actual message from that card, I'm hearing this message of you training people how to treat you, and then this compassion and deception. It sounds to me like you being your own worst enemy right now. Listen, you're being asked to listen to your inner voice that's been guiding you to do something or say something, and it's time to act on its wisdom. It might be time for you to clean house uh, around your associations or something. Listen, a lot of us that's on the spiritual journey wind up walking alone, and that's perfectly okay. That's the way it's supposed to work. There is a separating of people that's happening now. It's not that they're bad people, it's just that universal law says that we attract what we are. We are vibrational transmitting and receiving mechanisms. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, whatever level that we vibrate on, we tend to attract people in that same energy bandwidth. You ever heard the phrase that you are the sum total of the five closest associates around you? Well, life kind of actually does work that way. So when we were going through our Super Dave crash and burn entry into this experience, put down in toxic families or in toxic relationships, dealing with raggedy situations at work, all of those things that mold and shape us in pain, they are a pain point that put us on the path to the spiritual journey or ascension, so to speak. It's like literally wearing a pair of shoes that's too small. Eventually, you limp and limp and limp along till eventually you take it off and go on about your business. But those relationships, we love those people, but eventually, once you're awakening out of the matrix, you're being extracted from the matrix. Eventually, if those people don't wake up and ascend with you, you have to leave them behind. And that kind of hurts. And that's kind of why, look, what I said, you're at a fork in the road. You are being called into, maybe even into the path of the initiate, but for sure, you're on the path of awakening. What is that? Come to the edge. Don't fight this because you don't want to get stuck in that churn and burn. You already don't fit in the society around you, or you wouldn't be sitting up looking for potential answers or confirmations in a tarot reading. You kind of want to make some sense of the nonsense that's happening around you. So, this awakening has begun, and Spirit is telling you, let it happen. Don't fight it. Look, clean it up. You are at the crossroads and being asked to make some changes. A change in the wind. Get out of here. And time to go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. All right. That part. Now that really lets me know. I was debating. I think we are going to take a look at the light seers because this kind of tells me that, again, talking about aliens, there are many strange things out there that we don't know about. And you one of them, Mike. You don't even know. Your galactic ancestors are calling you. They are extracting you from the matrix, dear one. Don't fight it because it's lonely for a minute, but it's a beautiful thing. You don't want to get stuck in that 3D thing because the 3D is in the process of separating from 4D, 5D. We talked about that in the live stream on my other channel last night. I honestly believe that's where some of the previous notion of the Christian idea of the rapture came from, that they knew that there would come a time when these timelines would, they have been converging for a long time, but they also have done the experiments and the projections and all the rest of that, and they knew that we will come to a point on this fantastic voyage that we're on right now, that major, that there will be a convergence of timelines into several large potential timelines, and at the end, those that are on the path of ascension, there will be a divergence of a major timeline, a split away, and 3D is going to be over there so it can basically fold back on itself and start that cycle again, the reset that's happened several times on this planet before. And those who were able to awaken and expand their consciousness and ascend will continue on in a 4D, 5D experience. And eventually, our vibrations will be so vastly different that those that are in 3D will no longer perceive those that are in 5D. We'll all still be here physically on Earth for a time, but we won't be perceptible to each other. Different dimensions. Look at here. We got Jupiter with action, expansion, growth, pursuing passions, adventure, new opportunities. And then the world, new cycle came out. Karmic completion, travel, fulfillment, success after the quest. North Node is here, destiny, fate, evolution, finding your life path, and karmic challenges and rewards. Clarity and truth, heightened intuition, seeing things. We got a spring timing card. So if you're not aware of if the things that I'm saying sound strange, give it a few months. You'll start to catch up. I'm trying to tell you. Nostalgia is here with memories, missing someone, past life, soulmate in the past. This is kind of that Six of Cups energy. And that's the part that makes the ascension path hard, because we do actually love these people. And that's not wrong. But everybody is here for their own thing. Some will awaken and ascend, some may not. We all came here. None of us are, well, I ain't gonna say none of us. There are a few new souls on the planet, but right now, most of the people that are here on this planet at this time are old souls. We came here for this, to help Gaia birth her way into the age of Aquarius. We came here for this. We came here to fight the pit boss, the final boss in the game, so that we could retire that 3D reincarnation cycle forever and move on to something else as our consciousness expands. Some will awaken to that and remember, kind of, sort of, and make that trend. Some may not, but that's their walk. We can't get so caught up in what they're doing that we let it affect what we're doing. So we love them, but we may have to love them from afar. Don't be nervous, my dear. You got this. You're going to be fine. Release and purges here, Mike. Surrender, emotional release, clearing, and walking away. So, yeah, it may be a little bit difficult, but you got this. Sun is here with strength, empowerment, heart chakra opening, truths revealed, compassion, and happiness. Um, Now, it's interesting. Before I even shuffle this, I pick this deck up. At the bottom of this deck is breaking contract. Contract, stop serving your growth, freeing yourself from a soul contract. This is altering your divine blueprint. So, regardless of where you started at on this journey, ooh, a perspective shift is called for here. These cards flipped up: self-love, busting through your limiting beliefs, you'll discover your self-worth. A long journey to self-love. We also have perspective shift, phase of deep questioning, seeing through the lies and delusions. Stop seeing life as you once did. So you are in the middle of a vast rebirth here. And that's a beautiful thing. Earth soul sticks to what socially accepted, desire to belong to a community, spiritually evolve here on Earth. Yeah, you may have, and a part of the reason this may be difficult is because you wanted to stick to the previous status quo. You're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to find new soul family. Most of the time, folks that are on this path of the chosen, so to speak, they wind up shedding most of what they came here with: family, friends, all the rest of that, careers, all of it changes. They walk alone for a time, and then they reintegrate with a new soul family instead of a biological family, because at the end of the day, we all cousins, so might as well, you know. Tragedy helps you find your purpose, deep lessons concealed in tragedies, helping others cope during tragedy. This is something else that we have to consider. A lot of us, especially if you've had a pretty rough ride on this planet so far, as you begin to heal that, it helps if you understand that a lot of that stuff was done for you, not to you. You can't teach what you don't understand. And if you're a light worker, a new soul, an earth angel, you go through a lot of stuff for your soul growth, but also so that you could reach back out and help those who are coming along after you, who are awakening, confused, and hurt in the matrix, so that you can reach back out to them and lend a helping hand with their awakening and ascension. And like I say, they say God won't put on you more than what you can bear. And it seemed like a lot of us got some really thick skins and we were able to bear quite a lot. It didn't feel good, but part of that was for us to have the soul growth of those karmic lessons. And so we could have compassion for others who may have gone a similar path as we overcome those things and we become teachers. Because basically, that's all a teacher is somebody that then walked a couple of steps ahead of you, got some information, and they reach back to share it. That's all any teacher is. And we are going to be teachers of New Earth. Mature soul is here embracing otherness, lessons, empathy, self awareness. The traits are introspective, inquisitive, and sensitive. Now, I want to take a peek. Well, it wouldn't be tarot if I didn't pull a little tarot, so we're going to do that for you. I'm shocked y'all can even have your phones in the courthouse. I'm old school. Last time I was in a courtroom was in Virginia, and we had to literally like leave our phones in the car. We couldn't bring them nowhere. Couldn't even get past the front door with a phone unless you were working for an attorney's office or a police officer. Yeah, this cycle does. It's a little uncomfortable, Mike. I see the Three of Swords here, which is straight up heartbreak, and the Nine of Wands. This is that wounded warrior, Chiron energy. This is endurance, long persistence, kind of burdensome persistence. But this cycle is not going to stick around forever. This is, and you're in the process, yeah, of letting that go. And the Ace of Swords is here as clarity, confirming that why justice is here for you. This is your karmic justice. Like I say, you have been in spiritual court whether you realize it or not. And the fact that you're still standing, you're in, yeah, justice and judgment and the Empress are here all together. Wow. So on the other side of this, you are gonna this represents rebirth. In the tarot, the Empress is perpetually pregnant. She is always birthing new ideas, new everything. She is a rebirth cycle here. You got the Two of Wands, the Eight of Wands, and the Strength card. And interestingly enough, you don't see any of this coming. All of this is off the bottom of the deck. So these are the things you don't really see coming. The Strength is like being able to finesse whatever life difficulties have come your way. You do have spiritual, angelic assistance or whatever, but this is literally you being able to tame the lion, not with your bare strength, with your bare hands, but with finesse. And the Two of Wands is movement towards something or deciding. The wands are like ideas forthcoming or like ideas being projected into the matrix, if you will. And the Two of Wands is movement towards something. Eight of Wands is it swiftly, it's action, movement towards it swiftly. And Four of Wands is it actually coming in. It's a celebration card. If you're looking for love, this is also considered a marriage card or a twin flame card. So that may be something to deal with. Why? Oh, Eight of Cups was here. You're gonna walk away from something or have walked away for fulfillment, the world. This is the last of the major arcana. This basically is at a point where you've gone from initially asking the question on the beginning of your spiritual path, working your way all the way through from the magician, the emperor, the empress, the hierophant, judgment, death, the devil, all of them. You work all the way through the arcana to the world. And usually that is a fulfillment of wishes, it is celebrations, it's some kind of a point of manifestation. And we do see here the Three of Wands and the High Priestess with this world. So, truthfully, as far as the manifestors of the tarot, the Empress is perpetually pregnant. The High Priestess, she be getting her little magic on. The Magician is there too. The only other one, well, I think the manifestor that's the non arcana would be the Queen of Wands. She's like a serious manifester too. But you got the major manifestors right here. The only one that didn't show up was the Magician. If I continue pulling, it probably would come here. But yeah, you got Six of Pentacles, Nine of Pentacles, Queen of Wands. And I ain't gonna pull half the deck on this. You are genuinely in a rebirth cycle, and you could shape this any number of ways in your benefit. I want to see in the light workers what come out for you, because Yeah, I honestly don't even think you know who you are spiritually at this point. Not to this extent. You might, but you said you knew the tarot. I don't think you quite understand exactly who you are spiritually or what's on the horizon for you. I think these might be your cards. Let me look here and see if anything else comes out of this deck. Because those three split off the bottom when I came. Yeah, okay. Then nothing else came out the deck. Those are yours. Now let me grab this. We have here Power of the Divine Masculine. An empowering energy seeks expression from within. It wishes to free you from confusion, paralysis, and stagnancy. It seeks to stir you into consciously chosen action, greater discipline, and focus. It's time to end the frustration of repeating old patterns. You're ready to break through into a new way of life. Feel inspired, be energized, and focus on your dreams and desires. Take steps to manifest them on the physical plane. Believe your success is inevitable. The divine masculine in you knows when to accept and when to say no to a belief, fear, habit, person, or situation. This divine masculine energy exists within all men and women. It rallies the spirit and responds in times when you may feel drained, taken advantage of, or overwhelmed by too many choices and demands. It cuts through the confusion that comes with choice and priority setting. It refuses to be distracted and keeps you from being dissuaded from your life purpose. The divine masculine is growing within you now. It is the spiritual light that reveals the truth without filters or veils. Let this energy clear distractions, demands, and drama from your life. Let it help you discern what is best for you and give you the courage to act on it. Let it help you sort out what is true from within from what is illusion. Let it help you dedicate your time and energy to what has most meaning for you. It will empower you to claim success in what matters most to you. Wow, that's a beautiful message there. And then we have the eternal now. Within you is great strength and courage. However, just because you can manage to keep going when you're drained or stressed, it doesn't mean you have to do so. You are encouraged by your higher guidance to request assistance in letting go of tension within your mind and body. You will gain energy through this release and perhaps even see things new and more optimistic in a new and more optimistic light. Shifting into a more present, relaxed, and enjoyable state of being will help you overcome the past and successfully create your future. Dear one, have your thoughts become trapped in the pain of the past? Have they been drifting towards possible futures? If too much of your energy is pulled away from the present moment, you diminish the power you have to create what your heart desires. Creation doesn't happen in the past or the future, it happens in the here and now by the choices you make in each moment. Even now, in reading this message, you are choosing to be present, to bring your energy into the eternal now, stimulating the law of attraction into action. As you relax in this moment, trusting that the past is over and the future shall be truly wonderful, you can easily energize your dreams, visions, and heartfelt desires. Wow. All right. And then last but not least, we have the dark night of the soul. You are ready for a more real and radiant relationship with the divine. Your preconceived ideas and safe limiting beliefs may be sacrificed in order for this to happen. To the divine, these are only the clothing of your spirit. They are impediments to the absolute intimacy the divine seeks with you. You might feel vulnerable or uncertain as the divine goes about stripping away these barriers. This is when you enter the dark night of the soul. You will understand there is nothing to rely upon but the divine, and you will find it difficult to trust at times. This night will end, however, and the sweetness of the divine dawning in your heart shall render all worthwhile. But for now, you are meant to feel exactly as you feel. You are not doing something wrong, you are moving closer to the divine. Even though you're already on a spiritual path this lifetime, you can go deeper. Sometimes people know this and are yet afraid. Familiar with emotional drama, They are hesitant to let go of what they know, even if that is emotional suffering and mental anguish. That fear prevents them from being willing to trust in the loving hand reaching out to them. It might seem silly, yet letting go of fear to take hold of the hand of love can be extraordinarily difficult. If you don't trust that love will hold you, letting go can seem like allowing yourself to fall into an abyss. A feeling of madness may plague you as you wonder if you are sane to leave a world known to leave a known world behind you and enter into the darkness of your own doubt and fear. You sense that the old self and the familiar ways will not survive this dark night. Even if you know in your heart that this sort of spiritual death is an opening to new life, it can still be profoundly confronting. The only way to end the dark night is to go through it, to endure it and know that although you will not understand how it could be possible, it will transform itself into the sweetest grace. In time, you will be on your knees, not in despairing prayer, dearest child of love, but in gratitude, peace, and devotion. Though it begins as a challenge, the dark night of the soul will become a saving grace. Love knows you're ready. No matter what you may think at this moment of struggle, you are ready to take this spiritual test and emerge more in love with the divine than ever. Remember, this is an advanced initiation and therefore challenging at a profound spiritual level. Therefore, get some support. Even though you walk the path alone, another can help bear witness to your process and remind you that you are on a noble path of empowerment, love, and truth. Also, although you may feel your guidance has abandoned you, in truth, they're with you ever more closely, whispering words of encouragement, hope, and love. Look for the love within and let it guide you through the dark night. It will lead you faithfully and in perfect divine timing into the light of your sweetest morning. Wow. All right, Mike, that is your message, dear one. Did you have any further questions for the cards or are you complete? Here we go. Uh-oh, I think Mike might have scooted off. That's all right. Hopefully he'll come back when it's uploaded to the channel and get the rest of the message. Next on the list, we have Natalie Rose. Are you still with us, dear? Oh, you there? Okay. A lot of what I said really resonated. Awesome. That's I love that. Yeah. Then that's your message. Like I say, if it resonate, take it. If it don't, it don't. So if the fact that it resonated for you, if you're new to tarot and you pop right into a reading that really, really resonates, then you can just know that your guide sent you to it and take as much of it as you're able to take. And truthfully, you can come back. Like I said, you'll look for your reading, I guess, at about 45 minutes into this if you want to come back and see it again. Oh, no worries, no worries. Um, but yeah, tomorrow it usually takes a day or so for these readings to fully upload, but I will make it public if you want to go back in and listen to it at a later time. Are you able to grab your reading now, Natalie, or would it be better to wait a little bit later? It's up to you. Let me know where you're at if you at work, because I don't want you getting in trouble. While we're waiting on Natalie's response, Zach Cole, are you still in the building? Zach Cole or Robin Williams, are either of you available? Just in case Miss Natalie isn't able to take her reading right now. She got big bosses at the job. We ain't trying to cause nobody to lose their job, so definitely come back to her if we need to. You're here, Zach. Okay, perfect. If you'll place your question in the chat, please, sir, we can get going. We can get locked and loaded over here. If y'all are like me, you just sit here and listen to me shuffling cards. I love the sound of cards shuffling, and I don't know why. Oh, you say your deceased grandfather came to the dream and told you to keep doing what you're doing, and you don't know what he meant. Well, what are you doing? We're gonna see what kind of messages we can get here. You might be on a path as well and don't even know it. Quite a lot of us are. Like I say, I mean, I kind of, sort of. Well, when I first got called to the path of awakening, I went down the conspiracy theorist uh, rabbit hole or whatever, or conspirist, because most of the theories ain't even theory at this point. They're confirmed conspiracy fact. But back then, that was like 15, 16 years ago or more. Um, I had no idea that I was going to end up on this particular like spiritual bent. And I certainly would have never thought I'd wind up being a tarot reader or wind up talking about the Bible and the Anunnaki and all the stuff that I do. None of that, because that was not my life at that point. But when I look back on it now, I was on the path long before I even knew there was a path. So yeah, that part. Um, we're gonna see what kind of ancestor messages we can get here. Let's look at the goddesses and the divine masters, and of course the Akashic. Where is that one from? Oh, here they go. The ancestors. I'm curious to get a couple angel messages here too. Since you said your deceased grandfather came to you, I'm kind of wanting to know what's going on. Do pay attention to your dreams though, because I mean, most of the time I don't see apparitions either. My ancestors, my transitions loved ones, do they come to me in my dreams as well? So I definitely would encourage you to pay attention to your dreams, like careful attention. I'm gonna start out with the divine masters and see where they take us, to see who might be reaching out to you on your spiritual team. You don't have to be, honey. You may not have. You could. I promise you. You don't have to be close to your deceased loved ones. You have ancestors watching over you that you never laid eyes on. They know who you are. You don't know who they are. Even you have ancestors from previous lifelines and bloodlines. You may not have been in the same family or bloodline all of your lifetimes on this earth. You have multiple ancestors from multiple bloodlines watching over you through the other side of the veil. If they're not incarnated in the flesh while you're here at the same time, they kind of watch. We have a core team that watches over us anyway, but yeah, you have some that are here as guides. Serapis Bay is here with paradigm shift activation to grow, make the necessary change. And again, your grandfather said, keep doing what you're doing. You may be making subtle changes that you don't even realize are spirit led or led by the ancestors just yet. Mm. Metatron and Sandalphon are here with sacred connection, synchronicity, divine connection, understanding lessons. Like I said, you may be becoming more linked through the other side of the veil than you're aware of. Let me see if anyone else wants to come out here. Saint Germain is here with the violet flame alchemy. Release the old, make way for the new. Saint Germain is one of my guides too. Honestly, I would encourage you to ask. Like seriously, there are guided meditations you can do here on YouTube. Melchizedek is at the top of the deck with divine knowledge, higher learning. Commit to your vision through study. And the Atlanteans are at the bottom of the deck. But I started out meditating, like intensely meditating. I started out thinking it was going to, I committed initially to 30 straight days of consistent meditation in the fall of 2016. By March of 2017, I understood. Okay. Oh, you're here, Natalie? All right. Are you going to be able to be here for a minute? Because I had already started with Zach because I thought you were with your big boss. Is that okay? Because I had already started pulling cards for him. I'm just trying to make sure. But yeah, Zach, I knew that a transformation of some sort was happening, and I didn't realize that I was like genuinely tapping in clairaudiently. But by the time a couple years into my meditation practice, I did realize that I was being invited on the path of the initiate. By like 2018, 2019, I kind of realized that was beginning to happen. And the information that I was being led to was changing, all those sorts of things. But in 2020, when my clairaudience became undeniable, and I realized for real, that I'm hearing messages that I did not think by myself, I actually went in and asked if any of the ascended masters that were willing to work with me would make themselves known to me. And immediately, Yeshua, Saint Germain, and Thoth came forward. So Saint Germain may be somebody that you might really want to reach out to. Discovery is here. New ideas, people, or opportunities may be coming your way. While there's still work to do to reach your goal, you may discover new strengths and passions along the way. Reward and recognition. Congratulations. Your hard work will soon pay off and take you in the direction of your dreams. Acknowledge your efforts and own your power. Cool. So that's why he's saying keep doing what you're doing. You don't even realize you've been doing the work, but you've been doing it. Hey, Rick, how are you? Welcome, welcome. We're doing free readings here, Rick. If you want to be included in that number, just hang around a while. We got a few folks ahead of you, but I'm working my way through. I'm going to place you on the list and I'll call you when I get to you if you're able to hang around. Yeah, and honestly, that's all you need to do. You're seeking confirmation here. Spirit giving you a big ups. That's all you need. Hey, Miss Cece, welcome, welcome. You're ready? Okay. Yeah, I'm getting through with Zach, and then you'll be up next. I'll call you. If you have to step away, I will call you a couple times before I move on. Like I said, I thought you had, like you said, the big boss. I was like, I ain't want you to get in trouble. But yeah, Zach, we have break free here. You're being asked to break free from the tribe in order to live your authentic life. This isn't easy, but it's very necessary if you're going to share your true self with others. Be brave, be real, be you, and trust that those who love you will always be there for you. Ooh, that makes me want to hear from your guardian angels too. Hold on. Bear with me a second. No, you just saying good morning. Okay, awesome. Well, good morning to you as well. And I hope you have a beautiful and amazing day. I think this was your card here. Jewel, every event in life presents us with a new opportunity to experience ever greater love. There is a jewel to be found within every teardrop. Trust. We, your angels, are guiding current events. This is a time in which you and those close to you will emerge strengthened by ever greater bonds of love. Trust. There is nothing to fear. There is only love. It's a message from the guardian angels. The angel therapy says the divine truth is that your parents eternally love you to the best of their ability. The angels are helping you heal from any pain associated with your mother or father. A lot of us have familial wounds to deal with. So if you are recovering from something like that, just know that you do have help from the other side. You are a powerful light worker. It is safe for you to be powerful. Your spiritual power brings great blessings and service to the divine. So if you didn't know you're a light worker, they're saying, yes, you are. Shield yourself, protect yourself from harsh or fear based energies by envisioning a cocoon of healing light surrounding you. So, especially if you kind of new to this journey thing, I used to think, well, shoot, I don't mess with nobody, and I ain't nobody, ain't no reason for nobody to be looking at me. No, shield yourself, because I promise you, there are folks out there that see your light way before you do, and some of them come after you just because they recognize that you're a light worker. Even before you do, you might be under some kind of spiritual attack, evil eye, just straight haterade. Shield yourself. Visualize success, see yourself doing well in the situation, and have a positive outcome. And that's not to scare you. I didn't say shield yourself to scare you. I'm just telling you, my naivety almost cost me dearly as well, because you can't figure out why you can't get your projects off the ground, why your love ain't working out the way you want it to, why all of these things are just kind of not quite lining up. And some of the people that I really, really thought was on my A team was literally smiling in my face and doing actual spell work behind my back. A person that I would never have imagined was doing spell work was actually doing spell work. So when I say shield yourself, that's any empath that is waking up out of the matrix and becoming sensitive to the energies needs to shield themselves, because there are folks out there that they are minions of the powers that are the powers and principalities, and they literally are being used by like robots by these powers and principalities. They'll come after you and they don't even know why they're coming after you. So you do have to shield yourself, not even so much against them, but against the energies that are controlling them. Cut your cords. Ask Archangel Michael to clear any old attachments to fear that stem from past relationships, freeing you from destructive patterns for sure. If you got exes in your field, especially if they were nasty breakups, absolutely do a cord cutting ceremony to get that out your sphere of influence, so to speak. Now let's see, what do we have over here? Breakthroughs, having mystical and satori experiences, allowing your magic to create, allowing your magic to create in life. True self begins to emerge. So again, we saw this metamorphosis or transformation taking place. Well, I saw it. I hope you see it too, because it is happening. Self love is here, busting through your limiting beliefs. You'll discover your self worth in a long journey to self love. Sometimes we have to stop being our, ain't no sometimes, most of us have to learn how to stop being our own worst enemy, because we genuinely are our own worst enemies most of the time. Envy, a life with not many to no friends. Use discernment in friendships, repeatedly encountering envy in life. As a chosen one, eventually this will hit you. The more you ascend, the rarer the air gets up there, and people that you thought were friends may have even been lifelong friends. Some of them gonna directly stab you in the back. Some of them will just fade to black. Some of them will be so toxic they're gonna hang on for dear life. But the more spiritually mature you get, you're gonna have to get rid of them. the path of the chosen or the initiate or whatever you want to call it winds up being lonely for a time, but it's not going to stay lonely, Zach. You will meet soul tribe. Family is not always just the ones that you have the misfortune to be swimming around in the gene pool with. Sometimes you have to call in spiritual family, and often for the chosen, it's that way. Rock bottom, must persevere, face life ahead on master situations that challenge you to learn to push the boundaries of life. So hopefully you've already hit this and you don't have further down to descend. But very often on the spiritual path, we have what we call in the tarot a tower moment. And the tower, that is the major arcana. And the arcana talk about the life challenges that we have along the spiritual journey. And that 16 card is the tower is a divine intervention, basically, spirit allowing the crap in your life to crash and burn. Not to hurt you, it's genuinely the fastest way to extract you from a situation that was going to probably lead you to something worse down the line, or it literally sets you on your butt so that you can see what you need to see and begin to ascend. It's literally pulling you out of the matrix in a drastic way. That's all. And I think that this may have already happened for you, but even if it hasn't, it when it does happen, do understand that it's happening for you, not to you. Lone wolf here. Solitude will be your greatest ally. Living a meaningful life as a loner to as a loner, the road to success will be lonely. And like I said, not alone, not completely alone. In time, there will be others that are in that likewise energy that will come along and provide company and comfort. But for now, do understand that you might walk alone for a little while. Let's see. Ooh, do you have somebody's kind of pecking at you? Disharmony and triggers came out here. Conflict, competition, arguments, harsh communication. So whether it's a lover, a family member, co-worker, whatever, somebody in your camp is plucking your nerve a little bit, it looks like. Ooh, it says karmic partner, external party here, external party situations, karmic partner, friends, family, work, other people, obligations. Yeah, sometimes our karmic soulmates, people think of that as a romantic liaison. Karmic soulmates are not always romantic. What a karmic soulmate is someone who pre-contracted with you, or sometimes contracts get renegotiated after we get here, but most of our contracts are basic situational contracts. The major ones are outlined before we even get here, but they are souls that have agreed to step in to play a very difficult role, a painful role, out of love to assist in your soul growth. Now, it may not feel like love on the physical plane because we come here and forget that that's part of our karmic contract. That person that stole your car and ran up your credit and robbed you blind and all the rest of that, you like, the devil is a lie. I didn't contract for that. Sometimes, yeah, you did. Because they were teaching you a lesson in codependency, in setting boundaries, in learning how not to trust the wrong people. Those are important karmic lessons that we sometimes have to learn. Sometimes it's a matter of teaching us to be more selective in how we'll choose to respond as opposed to reacting to. There's a lot of different painful, uncomfortable karmic lessons that we can learn, but the ones that are our teachers, those are our karmic soulmates. And it's showing that this disharmony trigger and karmic and this external party, something in your experience is you're gonna have to get rid of it though, because Pluto is here with letting go, death card, endings, resilience, transformation, and power. So maybe grandpa was saying you've been feeling a need to kind of release some of that stuff recently. Maybe you were feeling guilty about it. But you don't have to feel guilty about it. You got to let go in order to receive this next level. Now, I did see soulmate energy at the bottom of the deck. I don't know if you're looking for a twin flame. You might be a twin flame that has a twin being prepared for you. You didn't specifically ask me about love, so I wasn't specifically looking for love. But I did see it at the bottom of the deck, meaning you don't see it coming, but it is potentially out there. I really think that you got to get through this part of the spiritual journey first, because the twin flame journey is just the spiritual journey. And a lot of folks be out there talking about runner chaser cycles and false twins and all. There ain't no such thing as a false twin flame. Either it's a twin that's going to get with you or one that isn't. But the ones they identify as false twins are not actually twins. They're karmic soulmates that somebody in their desperation tried to label as a twin. That's not, they're a facilitator to help you see what you need to see and learn the lessons you need to learn so you can level up and be in union with your twin. But very often, and most of the time, it's women in their desperation to say they're in a twin flame union, they will label a karmic soulmate as a twin and then get mad when they can't whip him into shape and get him to be with them. And they wind up in this runner chaser or whatever this really uncomfortable hot mess is, instead of doing the spiritual work so they could come into harmonious union. Hey, Genesee, welcome, welcome, welcome in, welcome in. So now let's see. Ooh, the card that flipped over here was be honest with yourself. Look into your heart and you will know the truth of this situation. It's safe to admit the truth to yourself, for we will support and guide you through any necessary changes. Lean upon us for courage and the strength to take good care of yourself. Focus only upon your true desires and they'll come to you upon angels' wings. So maybe that's what Grandpa was also saying. Just like I said, keep doing what you're doing, but be aware and realistic about what's actually happening around you and the need to let go of some stuff. Joy is the highest energy of all. It is the magical sense that everything is possible. Joy springs from appreciating the gifts within each moment. Joy allows you to attract and create your present and future moments at their highest possible levels. Trustworthy guidance. You've received a wonderful idea as an answer to your prayers. This idea is real and trustworthy. You can safely move forward with it, knowing that we are with you every step of the way. And ask for and be open to receiving our support for anything that you need related to this idea. Ooh, okay. Definitely pay attention to the thoughts that you have that come floating in when you least expect it or seem like they're coming in from left field. They ain't coming in from left field, they're coming in from your ancestors. We rarely think thoughts completely on our own. We think we be so full of all these amazing ideas, and we ain't had a bright idea, a singular thought in a long minute, but we don't realize that very often that is our spirit team kind of collaborating with us. But pay attention to those things, write them down. Ooh, we got patience here, guidance again, and trust or tranquility. I gotta cover tranquility because her a little naked. But patience, this looks like this Christic energy. You are entering a time of great love and peace. Be patient and allow the current storm to clear. Resurrection, no more wounds, only love predicted for the future. So, yeah, you're moving into Christ consciousness, which is a beautiful thing. Guidance is here. Release the past to the eternal winds and allow new energies to flow to enter your life. You are a creation that is vast and endless with no beginning and no end. Allow your life to follow like a rip to flow like a river. The spirit of life will guide you and keep you safe. And then we have trust. Yeah, like I said, let me cover her up a little. Trust all will turn out well. Everything will fall into place. Peace of mind and tranquility are soon restored. So Yeah. This looks pretty good, Zach. It really, really do. We're gonna pull a little bit of tarot and get an ancestor message and the goddesses and see what else is there. But yeah, so far so good. Be careful of self-sabotage. Mom Lambo just popped out here. But we also have celestial alignment here. So that's interesting. Like I said, you're on the edge of exactly where you need to be, but there is a warning here to be very careful about not self-sabotaging. Maybe you're one of those folks, and a lot of us are. It's something I had to deal with too. We get past the fear of failure, but then wind up in a situation where a fear of success almost winds up holding us back. Or in this case, like I said, we got Bakomo here with soul forgiveness. When you go through your cycles of dark night and spiritual ascension and all that good stuff, we start working on the cycles of unconditional love and forgiveness. And we be to forgave everybody and his mama except us. Still kicking ourselves for all the wouldas and shouldas and we ain't this and we ain't that and all the self-deprecating talk and all of that good stuff. Got to cut that out. Got to cut that out. Oh, those are gorgeous colors on those cards. Yeah, Jenna. As far as the colors, that's one of my favorite decks. It's so beautiful. It's the African goddesses, and I forgot the lady's name who made that deck, but it is beautiful. Ooh, Zach, look at here. We starting right out the gate with the Fool. This is the very first card in the tarot. This is the zero card. This is the beginning of the spiritual journey. This is asking the question and starting out on that path. Like I said, just stepping out in faith, quite literally, stepping out in faith. With the Wheel of Fortune, the Sun, the Two of Wands, the Page of Wands, indicating that this is you kind of new on the journey. This idea is new to you, but it doesn't matter. And all of this is stuff you don't see coming. I'm pulling off the bottom of this deck. Oh, the top looks pretty good too, though. We're gonna get there. Bear with me a second. What you don't see coming, High Priestess, you're gonna step up and level up into the spiritual energy. The World card is here. The Two of Cups again. Wasn't looking for love. This is either a cooperative partnership, it could be romantic or not, but I saw the potential for a divine counterpart, so it may actually be romantic as well. There is some kind of family dynamic that needs to be healed here. The Six of Cups is quite literally melancholy a little bit for it talks about the family ties and harmony and all of that, but there is a little hint of some shadow work that needs to be done around the dysfunction that most of us have in family. But we also have the Ace of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles coming right behind it, indicating that you're very close to a serious breakthrough. That once you've done this last little bit, well, I hate to say last little bit because for real, shadow work doesn't end, but there's other layers to it. But you're at a point where if you button up enough of this material seed is going to bud for you in an incredible way. It goes immediately from the ace of this is the seed of material abundance from the divine, and this is the full manifestation. This is generational wealth right here. So it's definitely worth staying the course. It's definitely worth doing the spiritual work. It is a matter of you seeing it through with your willpower. This is the Chariot. The charioteer in this card drives the chariot. Well, in this case, it's wolves. Sometimes it's horses, whatever. But the chariot is driving telepathically. There's no reins on these animals. It's all by will. We also have the Nine of Cups, which is personal satisfaction. This is a wish fulfillment coming through to you, and it is divinely guided. The Tower is here. Remember, I mentioned that Tower moment, spirit knocking everything down to build something up? That's this exactly. Knight of Wands. So yeah, you're definitely. Uh-oh, I hope this doesn't. Oh man, that might get me in trouble. I hope not. Um, Now I'm interested to see. We'll do a little bit of clarification. You like that deck too? Yeah. That's the Lunar Tarot. It is a beautiful deck. Look at here. We got this Chariot energy coming out here again. So yeah, you got this. But like I said, it is your show to drive. Material harvest, 9 of Cups energy coming, or 9 of Pentacles actually, energy coming in for you. Bear with me a second. Whoa. Hang on a second. I'm so sorry. Here we go. All right, Empress energy here. We had the High Priestess pop out, but the Empress is the show enough manifester. Yeah, she be manifesting her little booty off. Now there look like some obstacles and challenges. This is like 5 of Cups type energy, or actually 5 of Pentacles type energy for real. But you're gonna get past them because there's too much other success on this board to think that you won't. Whoa, that shot out. Oh, when as soon as I said it's too much success on this board to think that you won't, triumphant success popped out, which is like the Ace of Swords. That is truth and clarity. So yeah, we can definitely stop there because that's the others with chakras on the other side. But let's see what the message from the ancestors, and then we'll be done, my dear. Woo, that popped way out. Illusion breaker, see through the illusions, return to reality. Telling you, your transformation is going to, I don't even know if you're really spiritually focused right now, but you will be. Because spirituality don't, most people think spirituality and religiosity is the same thing. It's not. Song of the ocean, flow with life's currents. You can be highly spiritual and not be religious at all. Spirit of the forest, nature's wisdom and healing is here. Maybe you are some kind of an earth healer or doing something with animals or nature or healing of the planet. I'm not sure yet, but you do. Wolf leader, the power of community and family. So no wonder Grandpa said, keep doing what you're doing. Hunter's legacy is here. Utilize your instincts and skills. And warrior of courage, fearlessly face your challenges. Dragon spirit is here. Awaken inner strength and wisdom. And voice of thunder, break silence with inner power. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Trust the tides of emotion. Moon guardian is here. Yep. All right, Mr. Zach. That is a beautiful message from Grandpa. So, and let's see. Natalie, are you still here, dear? Because we can certainly get back to you now if you are. It resonates good. You are so very welcome, dear. And if you like what happened here today, I hope that you'll consider subscribing to the channel. Also, if you do consider subscribing to the channel, if you'll go to the home page of this channel and scroll all the way to the bottom, there's an icon for my other channel, Modern Mystic Messages. We get into some of the meat and potatoes of the scriptures and the ancient texts and how that's relevant to us, and all sorts of goodies there to help you kind of dig a little bit deeper if you're at that point in your spiritual journey that you're asking questions of that sort. Then we would love to have you over there as well. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, brother. I really, really do. And like I said, I do hopefully we'll get a chance to see you over on the other channel. I go live there on Sundays and Tuesdays. I had been doing Sunday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, but I'm getting ready to venture over into TikTok. So I think it's going to be Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern, and Tuesday evening. I might throw in a third time for lives during the week, but also be on the lookout for the uploaded information to that channel because I'm cutting down on the lives a little bit. Oh, okay, awesome, awesome. Good to know. I am, but yeah, just so you're aware, I am going to be cutting down on the live streams a little bit so I can get back to doing uploaded content because I know, it's limited. I got folks that popped in from all around the world. Everybody isn't able to join me on every live. So I need to get back to actually uploading content. So I'm going to have to peel back a little bit from the live streaming in order to do that. But I'm happy to do it because, yeah, what am I? Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, I just confused myself. Oh, here we are. All right, Natalie, you want a general reading, and also you're taking a solo road trip soon and you would love guidance. Okay, let's take a look, shall we? All right. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. I went to pull the Angel Answers deck, and these are flipped over, but it says within the next few weeks, and it's up to you in perfect timing. I'm going to shuffle, of course, to get a more definitive message, but I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, first things first, let's see if we can get a message about this upcoming road trip from Miss Natalie. Pay attention to your dreams. Came out here from Archangel Michael. Let me see. Write about your thoughts and feelings. Positive thoughts create positive results. Focus upon divine and perfect health. Are you going? You said you taking? Did you say it's a solo road trip? Wait a minute. Yeah, I think this is going to be a time for you to be able to work out a lot of stuff in your mind. Now, of course, pay attention. Don't get so zoned out that you have an accident or anything. But I know, and I know people don't recommend it. I'm definitely not telling you to do this, but I've had times where I wasn't solo. I was on a drive with my son, but of course he got in the car. First thing he did was put his earbuds in, laid down and zonked out. So I was may as well have been in the car by myself. And instead of listening, rocking out with jams, I mean, obviously I wasn't sleepy. I was well rested, but I actually put on some meditation music, and I wasn't listening to just the instrumental. I was the one that really got me was the Om So Hum. I put that on in Sarasota, Florida. It got into a meditative state, set the cruise control for 80 because we were in a 70 zone. And I kid you not, for I was going to North Florida. I went from Sarasota up to Stark, which is like 3.5 hours if you don't really hit traffic and you're not flying, like flying at a regular speed. It takes about 3.5 hours driving to get there. From the time I cleared Sarasota traffic and got flowing on 75, and everybody that drives 75 knows it can be an absolute parking lot sometimes, especially around Tampa. I set that cruise control and got into a zone, and I didn't have to touch the brakes at all until I got right outside of Gainesville, 30 miles from my destination when I was trying to get off the interstate. I was, and it was like such an amazing meditation. Of course, I asked for the guys to watch out, and I wasn't sleepy. It was well rounded. It was daylight, all the rest of that. But it was literally like spirit just had me just like flowing in and out of traffic the way I needed to. I never had to touch nothing. It was the most amazing, basically 3 hour meditation that I've ever had. I was still watching the road, but it just, yeah. So I really think that on your solo road trip, even if you listening to other music, whatever, I still think that it's going to be some kind of something that you're going to work out. There's something going to come to you, whatever. Just pay attention to the ideas that come to you when you're in that moment of those alone thoughts. Ooh, forgiveness is a topic that's coming up here, and big happy changes. If you believe, be assertive. Ooh, is there something you got to be assertive with family about within the next few months? Came out here. Oh, Lord, what is that? Recovery, success, and opportunity. Is there a family dynamic that needs healing, or are you working on a project or something that you're kind of unsure about? Either way, it looks like it's going to be just fine. I don't know if the forgiveness is for yourself or for someone else, but forgiveness popped out, or maybe that was just another driver for another car that was coming out. You are working on something. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be just fine. But do pay attention to the guidance you get on that drive, because I think you're going to get a message or something. Or it could, maybe it'll be in a sign, a road sign, or something you hear on the radio while you're driving. I don't know. But there's something about that road trip other than the chance of getting to see your family that's going to be kind of profound for you. And I love that. Let's see, on a general note, we're going to jump in here with, grab these and these. Let's see. Uh-oh. Ooh. When I went to shuffle these, immediately what popped over was Mawa Lisa. This is cosmic power. This can also be twin flame energy, because Mawa and Lisa, Mawa is the feminine aspect, Lisa is the masculine aspect, but they are two divine beings that form the whole. And that came out for you. That's interesting. Whoa. And worthiness with a TT. So let's see. Live out loud, Yasigi. Indeed, indeed. So at the bottom of the deck, Mama Kumba Bang, speak up. I want to say, you getting ready to have to be your beautiful, vivacious self. We got Queen Ya Asantewa with Level Up. Yeah. You're getting ready to get to a whole other level of your ascension. And I think you've been playing yourself a little small. And ain't nothing wrong with that. We do. And part of that's the programming too, because they be steadily telling us, oh, who do you think you are? Don't get too big for your britches. You got to stay humble. All of those things. And you say you're hoping for something like that. Yours will be 9 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, like I said, just be careful not to let yourself get too zoned out. But that's a wonderful space for beautiful meditative thoughts to happen. Ooh. The way these cars are jumping out this deck, I'm tripping. Hold on. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, girl, you reaching another point of evolution, transformation, something fitting to happen, and it look a little sexy to me. I'm just saying. We got, first came out with separation, with division and integration, and then multiplication with your higher self. then you deserve balance. So this literally looks like you're coming into balance with your higher self. There's an integration, a merging that's happening here. And then we have Queen Jezebel, Magnetic Royal Witch, and Eve, Divine Feminine Awakening. Wow. This is like a serious divine feminine level up. You're coming into your goddessy, my dear. That's beautiful. It's going to be interesting to see how or what you do with that in as far as your gift or service to humanity, because it isn't just for you. You come into that level of uh, evolution to bring a gift to the world. You say it on point. Uh-huh. You definitely play small, learning to be assertive. You had a dream that I gave you a reading last night. Wow. See, that's a little goosebumpy. That's a little goosebumpy, but I'll take it. Oh my. Listen, I'm on what, day 2 of this 40-day? Well, actually day 2 of the 100-day. Ooh, wait a minute now. These weren't even supposed to be in this deck, but they were in the middle of it, and I felt them as it shuffled. It shuffled weird. So it was 3 more of these Black Lilith cards were in the middle of the Sacred Symbols card. And guess which ones they were? Saturn here with age, reality, and discipline. Black Moon Lilith in Scorpio with sexual alchemy, and sublimation with spiritual magic. What I tell you, that's a little sexy. And it ain't, I mean, yeah, it's for your benefit too, but you're not going to be able to not provide some kind of benefit to either the world and or a divine counterpart. Hey, Jesus, I'm good. How you doing? As long as you don't bring that other Jesus with you, or well, Jesus, but we're gonna see. Because oddly enough, the last couple times you popped into a tarot reading, Sunrise Jesus was right behind you. Yeah, I can't help them no more. I'm good. I'm doing real good. You said you were playing a little guitar and you saw me on. Awesome. Oh, Natalie, you transmuting something here. That's good. Let me see. We got transmute. What else we got here? Transmute air. Okay, so air is something with either communication or an air sign figuring prominently in this situation. Stormy. Wait a minute now. I don't like that. Let me see here. We're gonna find out what's going on. Past life and divine feminine. Oh Lord. Almost spirit. Trust. Unless air figures prominently in your chart, Natalie, maybe there's an air sign coming in, because at the top of the deck you have release here, and at the bottom you have message, and shift is here. So we know you're undergoing some level of another initiation or transformation. But this stormy scenario, this might literally be something has followed you from a past life that's having to be worked out right now. Faith Ruth. Oh Lord. Why do I feel like you the one that gave me some problems the other day? I really do believe I should have made a note of it. If you can behave and if you allow me to actually do a real reading, then yes, I'd be more than willing to do a reading for you. I do need to start marking down some of these problem children, though. And I did put you on the list, Faith Ruth. There's a few ahead of you, so Just hang out with us. You might get other messages as well. You say your daughter is Aquarius, Aquarius. Ooh, a double Aquarius. Wow. Maybe she's gonna figure in through something with that. There is journey came out here. Now I don't know if this is referring to your upcoming journey, or sometimes a journey is an actual physical journey, or sometimes it has something to do with where we're heading in our future, our manifestations, or on a spiritual sense, but it may have something to do with an actual physical journey as well, even if it's not that one. With this air situation, you said your daughter is an Aquarius, but I'm seeing this air here. It came with main male, so I don't know. Again, that may not be anything romantic. That could just be someone showing up prominently to assist you in some way significantly. That may be um, an air sign. We have pathway here, or actually, I think two of them swapped over together. The message of concern is here with Stormy. So some kind of information that you're gonna get. It feels like it would be what people would consider upsetting information, but I think it's something that you are already aware of. It's not genuinely upsetting. It's just something that needs to be dealt with that's maybe a little difficult. It may be, again, like I said, it may have something to do with something past life, because we have past life here with pathway. So, and that's not something that's an instant thing. Pathway, it's a beautiful end of the road, but it's a long time getting there. Like this car used to be called 2 years patience. So that typically denotes a spiritual journey it takes a little time to get through. You learn to communicate better with your hubby. Okay, then that works. But yeah, because the air signs are about communication as well, especially Aquarius. Okay, no worries, Faith. I got you on the list, dear. I promise. Like I said, and I apologize. I am going to start writing down the names of some of these folks because I got some that are so bad they'll come back under a different name too, two or three different names. So I do need to start writing them down. I don't want to ban them entirely because I do understand that a lot of those folks that be trolling and acting a fool, it's genuinely because something is irritating their demons. They want to know. They want to change. They're led here for a reason. They just so busy pushing against it that they just act up. So I just have to, like I said, deal with them like problem children and go on about my business. You say you just started on your journey 7 months ago. You were unconscious for years. Yeah. So and that may be why the stormy part is because, again, I don't see it as anything stormy. Sometimes it can be real uncomfortable when it's message of concern. I just think it's more about, like I said, there's layers and levels to the spiritual journey, and it may just be unpacking something from the past, some unrealized trauma or drama or inner work or something else that you may not have been consciously aware of. But the further you go along the journey, you're going to become aware of it. That's why I say I don't really see it as anything that's like super upsetting your apple cart. It's a message of concern, yes. It may be a little uncomfortable, yes, but I don't really see it putting a serious hitch in your giddy up. I do see some money here though. Sudden wealth just popped out with this divine feminine energy. And quite honestly, if you are a divine feminine that's integrating with her higher self and coming into her goddessy, and you have a counterpart on deck and you're working on communicating better with him, quite honestly, you're probably going to trigger some kind of a spiritual ascension in him as well. And what better way to use your womanly goddessy wiles, Miss Divine Feminine, than to manifest this? Yeah, why not? Why the heck not? Especially if you can do something beneficial to your fellow man, humanity, I should say, to humanity and the planet. Yeah, yeah. All that. Let's see. Why is trust here? Occupation. Yeah, this is going to lead to you doing something that is fulfilling for you. It's that occupation isn't just working from your have to. Ooh, and at the bottom of the deck, we got great fortune and change here. Wow, great fortune. Sudden wealth is it's a nice little chunk of change, but it's pennies compared to great fortune. But there is some change here. But back to this occupation. Occupation isn't just working. That's toil and labor, working from your have to. Occupation is working from your want to. The things that you would want to do even if you wasn't gonna get paid for it. But you're gonna get hella paid for it. That's the difference. It's like I said, you would do it for free, but you ain't gotta do it for free. So that part. Let me see here. We're gonna look and see what else coming along with these, and then we're gonna pull some tarot. Oh yeah, the spiritual journey is like peeling the onion for sure. For sure, for sure. I feel like I done been through Dark Night of the Soul. You know how they had 1.1, 2.2, whatever. I feel like I'm on Dark Night of the Soul 17.4 or something. I don't know. Ooh. There's Transmute is here with this journey and this opening of the heart chakra with Archangel Raphael. We got Healer of the Ages here. That's a super spiritual card. Ooh, the sun is at the bottom of the deck with these caring connections. I'm gonna see if that come out though, because right now Journey came back out here again. So honestly, I don't think that this is all about the trip coming up this week. I think this is more about the spiritual pathway, so to speak. Ooh, with this past life and pathway, we got door to personal healing and happiness. And then with divine feminine and sudden wealth cornucopia, that's a double jackpot right there. Woman holding a coin is here with this occupation and trust. I'm telling you, the more you get into this spiritual journey, some kind of way it's going to change what you do to make your coin. And it looked like you're going to make a lot of it too. Community is here. What's with this change, spirit? Adjacent possibilities and change with this great fortune and community. So you may not even know exactly how this going to unfold yet because there are several potentials. But again, when you get those times off to yourself, and it may not just be on the drive this weekend, because you got the drive up there and the drive back, that are both opportunities to receive ideas. But the more you get used to being able, and it's not always easy with a family, I get that, but the more you're able to carve out time to sit in meditation, ideas are going to start flowing into you. And once you're communicating better with your husband, some kind of way, I think y'all are going to put your heads together. You're going to receive an idea that's going to make a monumental difference in your coin, in your family's coin. I believe you're on the way to creating something that's going to help the planet, but it may very well generate generational wealth for you and your family as well. Wait a minute, there's a card that popped in here that shouldn't have been. Trustworthy guidance. That was from the other reading, but let me get in here and see what the tarot say. I love the way this deck smells too. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. I love the fact that you acknowledge that you were learning to. You've been getting okay, good, and that's a confirmation to you. A lot of people, why? You always in here promising this. I can't promise nobody nothing. I just see what the cards show. But again, it ain't nothing you ain't already seen. You already know this. Hey, Amanda, welcome back in. Look at here, Ace of Swords. That's the truth. That is the truth. And that tower is right here with this release. And you know, I was getting ready to say, I love the fact that you acknowledge that you have a need and are making an effort to communicate better with your husband. Women don't realize it, but very often we sit and complain about what men aren't doing. But as they say, even if you follow the biblical plan that a man is the head of the household, and truthfully, we do live in pretty much a man's world these days. But people also realize women, like I say, if a man is the head, a woman is the neck that turns the head. And the same thing holds true on the spiritual journey. Once we actually start incorporating those things and get that softness and allow that divine feminine balance to come in and start stepping into our goddessy, it creates changes in us that genuinely, if he loves you at all, he's not going to be oblivious to those changes. And the changes you make in you are going to catalyze changes and growth in him. And basically, and again, it's not a matter of you being ahead or more mature than, it's just typically because we carry a womb, we're more closely tied to the veil than men are. Typically, that's one of the reasons all the oracles used to be females. But once we start awakening and ascending, it genuinely catalyzes a spiritual change in the male partners that we have around us. So, and once they wake up, they may even surpass us spiritually, quote unquote. They may be sleeping spiritual giants, but it takes us getting in our lane first for them to find their lane. So, yeah, good luck. Because I ain't gonna say good luck. Congratulations, I should say, because I don't think it's a matter of luck. I think this is on its way to happening. The Knight of Wands here, yeah, a force of nature came out here with this. So, like I said, he may not be in emperor status just yet spiritually, but I see it. I see it happening. Ace of Pentacles is here with this doorway to personal healing and happiness. Let's see. Strength is here with the cornucopia. Ooh, Four of Wands is here with this woman holding the coin. This is your ships coming in, my love. And the Ten of Pentacles with this great fortune. I help you to say great fortune. And it is tied to community somehow. That's why I said I really think that y'all are going to do something, make a change, do something that's going to wind up bringing in some kind of a catalyst. It involves a community. Sudden wealth might be you getting, I don't know, hitting a smaller lottery prize or a sweepstakes or unexpected something or other, whatever. But this great fortune, I think, is tied to this community in the Ten of Pentacles. It's something y'all are going to make together. And wow, with the adjacent possibilities and change, we got the Three of Wands. And the key word in this deck, Three of Wands is an idea, something moving towards it. But it's interesting. We had Journey come out here twice. And the key word in this particular deck for the Three of Wands is voyage. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune. Wow. Wow, wow, and wow. Magician, justice. I love it. Absolutely love it, Natalie. That is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you know what, Arsan? I forgot about that. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you're a truck driver, be careful on that meditation music thing, though, because you drive so long, brother. I don't. Be very, very careful. Don't you get in no wreck and say Teresa told you to do it, because. But it look. If my bladder wasn't so tiny, I wouldn't mind that, because that is a time to be able. But it's also so many fools on the road. I definitely thank all truck drivers, because Lord, I don't know if I'd have the patience to deal with the idiots I see that act a fool around trucks. It's crazy. All right, Miss Natalie Rose, that is your message, my dear. And then next up, we have Robin Williams. Are you still in his house? All right. Good timing. Good timing. And what's your question, my dear? Oh, you are so very welcome. Awesome. And I hope you have an amazing trip this weekend. Do be safe, drive carefully, and I hope you have awesome communications with a great visit with your family, all of that good stuff for sure. You're not sure, you really don't have one, you just here for the vibes? Well, let's pull a few generals for you then. Let me see. I was really liking these, so we'll go back to the to Lilith here and the goddesses and the divine masters. Oh, I haven't pulled from this one in a minute from Queen of the Moon. He said, you're sad lately about how your husband and you are not communicating. Uh oh. Let's take a look then. Let's see what we can do to. Hmm. Discernment is here from the Queen of the Moon. Oh, you see how I was able to edit that? I can read like I said, as many times as they be giving me grief on my texting, I don't learn how to edit out that stuff because I know uh autocorrect ain't never there when you need it. We got action here, so discernment and action. See if we can get one more. The path and extremes. Hmm. Look, definitely looks like something you're gonna have to kind of take into your own hands. So we need to find out how. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Potential promise is about to happen. Keep going. The bud. Okay. And then we have the wild rose. Do it your way. Embrace your uniqueness. Untamed. Along with the thorn. Protection, boundaries, and clear communication. Okay. So we've doubled down on the need for communication. Healing is happening here. You're not broken. Trust the process. It's safe to soften, is the guidance there. But let me see. Commitment is an important factor in building a successful relationship. Well, the fact that you're asking the question, you're committed. True love, when true love appears when you least expect it. So, but we need to find out how to. Is he not willing to sit down and talk with you, or you just don't know how to go about reaching him? Don't let guilt get in the way of happiness. Let time forget those scars. Let love show you how to learn from each other. Look deeply within and discover your soul purpose in relationships. Deep. Ooh. You just don't know how to approach him? Okay. What country is your husband from? Oh. Yeah, that part. Mm. Let me just first say, I'm not laughing with you. I promise you not, because I got a Ghanaian man too, and he's just the sweetest thing ever. We never argue, but I sometimes I do feel like there's an inner shell there that I can't. I mean, he tells me everything is fine, and he loves me, and he this and he that, but I still don't feel like I'm getting to the soft underbelly. So I feel you. I definitely feel you. Um. Well, it's most likely not a language barrier. It's probably a culture barrier because I'm pretty sure he understands English just fine. Um, yeah, girl, I don't know what to tell you. uh, you already on the list, CC. I just got a little ways to go, but you on it. Yeah, he walking around like he his roommate. Ooh. Well, I know you know all of the basic. When you ask to talk to him, make sure it's not an already emotionally charged situation or y'all aren't in the way of going nowhere or whatever. Butter him up. Best, favorite meal, run his bath, maybe offer him a massage, whatever you got to do to really get him in a zone where he can talk to you and just let him know you feel like something is missing here. I also feel very strongly, though, that the more you evolve into your goddessy, so to speak, as well, that it might catalyze a softness in him. Oh, you are my true love, my heart and my soul. I love that. I feel your energy around me and I wonder, are you thinking of me too? Love like ours can change the world. There are subconscious fears affecting our ability to attract love and abundance. The universe is helping us make them conscious so we can easily attract what we want, including each other. Yeah, I honestly think this feels more like unfortunately, it's just a matter of you're gonna have to use your womanly magic, so to speak, to make him fall again. Crystal chakra healing and stuff. Yeah, there's I can't even remember the name of the channel right now, but I'm gonna make myself a note to look through my subscriptions. I don't think I unsubscribed from her lately, but yeah, I need to make myself a note to try to find that channel and send you the link for it. Let me see. I'm so scatterbrained. If I don't, I will forget. Let me see. This isn't where I want to keep digging at. Let me look over here. Let's see. We got shadow release here with Lilith. And let me see. Your higher self came out for you as well with multiplication, expansion, prosperity, and growth. Master manifester. Ooh. The thought that's coming in my mind right now, and I'm gonna just go ahead on and say it, and you can let me know if I'm wrong. Have you been so focused on your manifestations that it's kind of become perfunctory? It's like you're so busy, and that's, I don't want to say so busy because it sounds like it's wrong. It's not that it's wrong, but it may be such a shift towards spiritual growth, expansion, manifestation, growth, expansion, manifestation, that some of the sexy might have been out of it or felt like it's out of it for him. Or it could simply just be a matter of sometimes people get so caught up in life, life be life, and they kind of forget. Release perfectionism just popped out of the deck as well. Ooh, Black Moon, Lilith, and Scorpio are here with elevated status, and then Mary Magdalene with divine loyal goddess. So I honestly, you just started thinking about taking care of yourself? Okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool. And we definitely need you get you more along that track. And as he sees you taking care of yourself, then that may actually help. You said you would say that health related stuff might be the issue. Could be, yeah, very well. Especially if you had a health situation that cause life to life and take the spicy out of your relationship, sometimes they can get so used to, this is the new us. This is what I need to do. I love my wife. I'm not going nowhere, but I can't be as free and frolicky with her as I wanted to because she's got this very real health situation. So it kind of puts you on an off limits pedestal. He just gets his mind, like say, ain't happening, ain't happening. So it's really gonna take you getting into some radical self love and self care and getting your sexy back, and then seduce your husband. Ain't nothing wrong with that, honey. Women been doing it all the time. Look here. Live out loud is at the bottom of this deck, but we're gonna see what come out of it. You say it feels like that, yeah. Celestial alignment, yeah. You continue doing what you're doing on the spiritual journey, but also understand that the spiritual journey can be sexy AF too. Brazen is here with Satara, yes. That's your husband. That ain't your whatever. This ain't no Rudy Poot. You can get as brazen as you need to, hunty. Hunty. Don't let this scarcity energy get you roped off in nothing. No, no, no. Yeah. And there may still be medical limitations or whatnot, but there's ways to spice things up. We know this. Giving and receiving is here with my aunt energy. We're gonna pull a little bit of this and read the book because the tarot that I'm gonna pull is from Goddess of Love, and that literally is for you as far as um, kind of being aware of, I want to call it the sacred W word, HO, and the rest of that. We can the sacred 304, because there generally is a space for that. Yeah, but the problem is, Cece, and she's not indicating that she hasn't been tending her health. It sounds like this has kind of been an ongoing scenario, and I'm gonna give you a for instance. I watched my sister do this, and I don't think Robin is to this point yet because she's asking the question. But my sister and her husband had been married for 20 years before they divorced. But the last 8 or 10 years of that marriage, I watched it go progressively from fun and flirty and family oriented and all that. She started having real health issues. However, I also realized that in her health issues, she began to kind of lean into it a little bit and allow some bed rotting to happen. And I heard him complaining about the fact one time that he had been literally sleeping on the sofa for a couple of years. Okay, and I'm here to tell you she had her share of issues, but there was no reason why she should not have reached out to her husband for conjugal privileges for over 2 years. Come on now. And then so hurt and upset that he wound up cheating on her. And because of the religion that we was all in, when they found out about the affair, of course it caused a huge whatever, and he was disfellowshipped, and they wound up divorcing and blah blah blah. And they painted him to be the bad guy. But 2 or 3 years, it's they both got mentally lazy because of her health scenario. Because like the running joke says here online, oh, the gynecologist say we can't have no activities for the next 5 or 6 weeks. And the man look at his wife and say, what did the dentist say? That part. Let's be grown folk now. you know? So yeah, we do take care of our own health scenario, but we also have to acknowledge that within our health issues, our husbands, our partners also have needs as well. Yeah. So do everything you're supposed to do for yourself, but as a healthy human being, a healthy adult that's snoring in a man's face every night, it ain't healthy for her either to go months and months and months without doing what she needs to do. So there's always a way to find a common ground. There are people that are paraplegics that still have a healthy adult life. You know what I mean? So yeah. We got Queen of Cups is here with the Maiden of Wands, which I think the Maiden is a page in this deck. The Eight of Cups and Temperance. Let's see what else comes out of here. The Two of Pentacles, the High Priestess. The Seven of Pentacles, planting seeds and balance along with lust, which is that the devil? Can't remember. Let me see. Ten of Wands, the Hermit. Ooh, what you don't see coming though at the bottom of the deck, the Sun and the King of Pentacles or the Crone of Pentacles in this deck. And the Six of Wands, victory and success. Okay, so that I like the way the cards look, but I want to get the book meanings on these for you as well. Because that's where we're gonna really get a message for you to try to help you with this particular situation. Now, half of these cards I ain't gonna be able to show. This is the Goddess of Love Tarot, and it does have a lot of the ancient goddesses who quite a lot of them are naked. So the ones I can show, I will. But I want to get these book meanings because they have messages from the goddesses in them. So I definitely think we need to take a look at them for you. Okay, so the Queen of Cups, I'm gonna cover what I can. The Queen of Cups is the goddess of love. Like all the queens in the tarot, she corresponds to elemental water, to intuition, feeling, and healing, to the heart, and to the ways you bloom like a rose if you're devoted to love. Cups are also associated with water, and this queen's entire self flows in the unyielding currents of the heart. The goddess is holding you close, tending to your wounds, and reminding you that even though love brings the potential for hurt and pain, it's imperative that you open yourself up anyway. The Queen of Cups is totally guided by her heart. This doesn't mean that she ignores her head, but that she allows her instinct to have the final word. Embody her energy of seeing all of life as an offering from the goddess of love. Take it into your work, your platonic and romantic relationships, and your spiritual and magical practice. Trust in her and turn to those who live in this current for support and guidance. I am the embodiment of the goddess of love. I live in her current. All right. And then we have the Maiden of Wands, which is the page. Remember your first sexual awakening when you discovered the pleasures that sexuality could bring. This is the erotic potential of the Maiden of Wands, bursting with curiosity and potential. Show up curious about your desires, what turns you on, and what brings you pleasure. The Maiden of Wands is a totem in the sacred temple of the goddess of love. She asks you to step into this role as sovereign, but without the worry of what will happen. Instead, she queries, what if? What if you could get everything you wanted? What if? This card can also represent a partner, mentor, ancestor, lover, or spirit guide who acts as a beacon. All right. And then the Eight of Cups. One of the core concepts of Buddhism involves refuge. You take refuge or find stillness, support, and clarity in the practices, in the path, and in the community or Sangha. There you find supportive experiences, relationships, or a place within yourself to be present in any experience. The release you're experiencing at the moment may be exactly what you need, but it can also be overwhelming. It's critical to honor the emotions presenting themselves, but be sure you're in a safe place to do so. This is where taking refuge comes in, getting to higher ground, a place of internal to and in place of internal safety. It is vital that before you dive into the lessons or process what the hell just happened. This is a time of listening and tuning in. You aren't abandoning anyone or anything by taking a step back and honoring the present moment. When this card shows up reversed, it can mean that it's not time to leave yet, that there are still fruits of the labor to be enjoyed, love to be felt. Conversely, consider whether you're resisting leaving when you should. Perhaps the party has ended and it's time to head home. Uh, and then we have Temperance. And honestly, that Eight of Cups, I think, like I said, I don't think that it's definitely not saying that you need to leave your spouse, and I don't think you would even read it that way. I think it's saying that it's time for you to end this cycle of a little bit of self neglect because of the health situation and to get back to what it is that you know you need to do to take care of yourself and therefore also take care of your husband. Like I say, it's time to seduce your man again. Like, honestly, that's just the way I'm seeing it here. And I think we know this, but again, I'm seeing what the messages are here in these cards. And this is Mary Magdalene is representing here with Temperance. We're here to find balance between heart and mind, spirit and flesh, sex and love. This isn't about disconnecting from reality, but rather integrating dualities through unconditional love. Temperance offers that balance of one foot on the terrestrial and one in the celestial, a balance of force and form as embodied by Mary Magdalene. Mary was Jesus' most beloved disciple and embodies the energy of temperance in her commitment to love, sacred sexuality, and her beloved. She represents gnosis, the realization of divinity through the self, heart, and communion with the divine. Surrender to the tides of life by aligning with the mysteries of the universe. Temperance invites in balance and grounding. Find a middle ground between two opposing energies, forces, choices, or beliefs with this alchemical key that transmutes any blocks, forces, and patterns into wisdom, faith, and guidance. Make the mundane world a part of your spiritual practice for sure. And then let me see. I do want to look at the high priestess, balance, and lust here. I'll just take the majors. The high priestess is represents goddess Isis. The high priestess is the guiding force of this tarot, unlocking the secrets to the heart, to the sensual, to the realm of the divine feminine. She is Isis, or the feminine divine, I should say. She is Isis, the most revered goddess of ancient Egypt, who used magic to bring her husband Osiris back from the dead, making love to him to usher in a new aeon of peace and prosperity through the birth of their magical child Horus. Here with me a second. Isis is a prismatic goddess ruling over necromancy. Make sure there's no Neki here. Ruling over necromancy as well as love, family, and earth and magic. Her multifaceted nature reflects the shadowy and light sides of the moon. The high priestess and Isis share the initiatory knowledge of sex magic and how it can usher you into new ways of being, into new dimensions, into new selves, tracing the lineage of the ancient temple priestesses who worked with sexual ritual to channel the goddess. Listen to your intuition and value stillness before action. The high priestess is a mirror to your magic and inner knowing. She parts the veil to the occult mysteries and is sharing this with you now. When this card is reversed, it's time for passionate decision making. Passivity is not working, and you need directed focus to find whatever answer you're seeking. Um, Robin, I do have to ask, how is your health now? Are you pretty much good to go now, or you still got issues that you're working out? Are you able to have an active, spicy life with your partner at this time? You said, wow. Yeah. The reason I asked that is because as I was reading that, the thought came to me to suggest to you reading Montauk Chia's work. You may also want to get, you said the feminine part is better now? Okay. And you may want to look into, there's a book by Montauk Chia called Healing Love Through the Tao. There is a male companion book for that as well, and it'll tell you on in print what the name. I don't remember the name of the men's book. I just remember the female's book, but it teaches you like the solo breath work and exercises and things you can do that will actually help regenerate some of the feminine parts and help us have more control and help you cycle the energy and those things. You may also want to get the book, the male counter, the companion book for your husband, and that may be something that y'all can work on together as well. There's another book called Jewel in the Lotus by Sunyata Saraswati, and that may help you as far as y'all beginning to work on a tantric path. There's a lot of you can actually hear, I think Sunyata has a lecture on YouTube about tantra, or actually look up tantra and Karetsa and things like that here on YouTube. And that may be a starting point for you, something that y'all could both work on together. And that's a very slow, gentle practice that's not gonna, it's not putting the focus on the big end game, if you will, is putting a focus on presence and closeness, becoming aware of each other as individuals, syncing the breath, flowing the energies outside of a very rigorous, it's not rigorous at all. And that might be something that y'all, that will help you all as far as closeness as well as manageability from the physical aspect on your part, but it will help you as far as the breath work and all of that. Well, part of Tantra is eye gazing. I mean, you can't really do those rituals. And Caressa also talks about a period of like really getting in touch with each other. Even before you get to where you linking up body parts, there are exercises that involve syncing the breath and looking deeply into each other's eyes. And that's harder than a lot of people realize, especially if there has been some kind of a miscommunication or whatever. A lot of hurt, shame, embarrassment, all those sorts of things can come to the surface, but there are things that y'all have to work out. And if he's willing, then that may be a good place for you to start. Let me see. Balance is here with 11. And this is Persephone. They all got their booties out. Um, to walk the path of the goddess means surrendering to the heart without losing the integrity of the mind. And the balance of two opposing forces is one of the pillars of the Western mysteries. Persephone, Greek goddess of the underworld and spring, embodies this energy in her role as consort to Hades, the god of the underworld. Love is the raison d'etre in Persephone's mythos as she descends into the underworld as an omen of compassion to those recently departed. Persephone is the shadow and the seed to Demeter, the light and the blossoming of the fruit, the earth mother. As Persephone dwells half the year in the underworld and half on earth as queen of spring, she embodies balance and all qualities that make sex and love sacred. Balance honors your internal guidance when it comes to matters of the heart. Accept the circumstances that led you to this moment while also finding peace with where you are. Don't give up, but consider what's in balance before making the next decision. It's not a question of rejecting one experience or end of the spectrum, but of integrating both. Embrace duality as non duality and allow that totality to lead you through the temple of the heart. Wow. Now we have 8, which is that is the strength card in the tarot. They renamed it Lust here. And Rati is the goddess represented. The heart is the most enlightened technology available to lead you in a life aligned with love and rooted in strength. Through the goddess, this strength of the heart becomes lust. Lust isn't a sin, lust is a driving desire. It is the push and pull for connection, for intimacy, for union. In Hindu mythology, the goddess Rati embodies this principle and acts as the consort of Kamadeva, the god of pleasure, love, and attraction. Rati is carnal desire, sexual ecstasy, sensual delights. The lust card reminds you that you are in this body and in this life to have as full an experience as possible. Rati and Kama reflect the idea that lust is sacred when woven with intention. In a traditional reading, lust is most often known as strength. It's a reminder of inner resilience, a fortitude of your ability to transform pain and difficulty into tenacity, perseverance, and wisdom. As lust, this card illuminates the divine within the self. Lust is the power of sexuality within spiritual practice, the flame at the temple of the goddess. Trust it to beckon you where you are meant to be. Reversed, lust suggests it's time to release the ego, but it's not reversed in this case. So yeah, you're feeling better, but you have work. We all got work to do, but like you said, I'm glad that you have a starting point because yeah, and he's a man. You know what I'm saying? He's probably kind of gone within himself. Like I said, he's just adjusted himself to the new status quo when you had health difficulties, and he's probably waiting on a signal from you to let him know that you're feeling better now, and it's kind of time to turn the heat up on the stove again a little bit. He's gonna be fine, and he will too. And you just have to find a way to communicate with him. And honestly, it's so hard. But if you're willing to be vulnerable with him and just sit down very humbly and quietly hold his hands and look in his eyes and let him know you ain't just trying to manipulate or whatever. You are sincerely wanting to get it back to what it was when y'all got together, and you need his help with that. That you're sorry that, your health is what it has been, what it is, but you're still wanting to find a way because you feel you miss him. Let him know, I genuinely need you, not just you physically. I need you, and I feel like our communication is slipping here, and I need to help get this back. Can you help me do that? If you're willing to be vulnerable with him, I believe he'll answer the call, honestly. You know? A lot of times men are so used to putting on their big whatever because they're told not to. Men are programmed not to show and share their feelings or emotions, not to be vulnerable. But you are his safe space. If he can't be vulnerable with you, who the hell he gonna be vulnerable with? But sometimes it takes us stepping out on the ledge and being vulnerable first. And like I said, life get life in, and I get it. It's totally fair. You've been ill. You really could not help that. So it's not saying that it wasn't a real scenario, but in doing that, like I said, I think he just got used to the status quo, and he just need a little coaxing to let him know mama's back. Yeah. We got the sun here, and I think that's gonna be the last one of those, and I'm gonna pull a love card for you guys. And then we're gonna see. Yeah, this is Sekhmet. The sun is the active and penetrating force of the goddess, love turned outward. It is rebirth and illumination. It is the center of the circle, the solar sphere around which all of life orbits. The sun is the lust of passion, felt within the seat of the soul, felt within the seat self that is greater than the I. The sun represents a new eon, that which has been separated, purified, recombined, and purified again. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet, lion-headed goddess of lust, blood, and divine rage, is best known for her bloodlust and warrior power. But Sekhmet is also a goddess of healing, embodying the duality of the sun and serving as a lesson to mind the intensity of your carnal longings. The sun is an omen of warmth and joy, a guide through the perils of whatever journey you're on. When you pull the sun, you're uncovering your sexual and sensual self. The lust feeds you, turns you on, and allows you to turn your gaze inward. It represents the alchemical rage that comes from protecting and devoting yourself to another, the lioness who would do anything for her cubs. It is the rage of heartbreak and the empowerment that comes from recognizing your sexuality as sovereign. Wow, that's powerful. Now, we're going to grab this and then we'll be finished with that. Simplicity came out here. Let's see what else. Guardian of the Soul Family. She loves the blood dance and dream a little. Okay. I think we're going to check out She Loves and the blood dance. She loves. Forgiveness is here for you now. Can you partake of it? Forgiveness for your own self, for the times you messed up, didn't love, forgot to trust, tried to take over, and decided against surrender. Forgiveness is here for you now, for the times when you couldn't forgive another, even if you really tried and wanted to. She loves. She is here for you now. Open your heart to the angel goddess of forgiveness and let her fill your heart. You are free. This oracle brings you a message from the divine. You are forgiven. You are worthy of forgiveness and you are capable of great spiritual generosity in forgiving others. If there is a person that you cannot forgive, you are really just not forgiving yourself. perhaps for being vulnerable, for not knowing better, or for not listening to your own intuition. It's time to let that go, and allow the forgiveness that the divine has for you to fill your heart. You are free now. You just need to realize it. And the poetry that goes with this card: the cherry blossom knows when to bloom each year and never questions whether its beauty is enough. There is peace in knowing you always bloom well, yet man spends a lifetime in wonder. hmm And then we have the blood dance. Let me see. The heart craves and life, the heart craves life and the blood responds. In relationship to each other, life happens. The desire and the action, the movement of cycles, drawing in and letting go, rushing to the center and pushing far away to the extremities. It is the cycle of relationship, dancing between self and other, into oneness and into individuality. So it is with human beings in relationship with each other and with human beings and the divine essence. Sometimes the heart of God feels so close, it's as though our own inner passion is the very blood rushing through it. Then we journey far, bringing our nourishment to where it is needed, to those who are cold and lonely, to the farthest reaches of our own dark self, that we may, if very brave, dare to love completely. Though we can be lonely for the warmth of the center, then, craving that feeling of being at home, soon enough we are called back to the core of the divine heart, and the cycle continues. Remember that you are always in this dance of life. You are never apart from the divine. It is just that sometimes in our natural flow, it is easier to feel that divine presence than other times, yet you are always the blood connected to the heart. This oracle brings you the confirmation that you are connected to the divine source, to all that is. If you are experiencing a phase of feeling cut off from yourself, from your body, from another, or from the divine, even from your own feelings, spiritual connection, or intuition, be reassured that and this is temporary and part of the cycle of life itself. Soon all connections shall return with even greater warmth and nourishment, welcoming you home again with great love. If you feel you've been journeying in life and fear that you've lost your way, do not trouble yourself, precious soul. You are never far from the divine heart and will always be called home. In the poetry here, love's language speaks like sound of falling leaves, caressing wind to bear aroma sweet. You ask if I can love in measure true and give emotions weight the scales do. Each tear releases more than words can say, expressing all my heart wants to convey. You will find your way back, dear one. You own it. Like I said, being aware of it is half the battle. And the more you make the effort, he's going to appreciate it and he's going to accept it. He'll reciprocate. And you'll be you'll be putting in the chat 2 thumbs up real soon that things are doing much, much better. I have faith. I do. That is your message, my love. All right, all right. Now, I do need to ask, let's see, next up, do we have G.Y. Daniel? Are you in the room? Or Arsan, I see that you are still here. If G.Y. doesn't respond, then you'll be next. Arsan the angel. I do have, you're very, very welcome, Robin. It's my pleasure. Like I say, just keep me posted. Let me know. Well, you ain't got to let me know all your business. Like I said, a couple of thumbs up would be cool. That's all. I love love, and I love it when folks are getting situations worked out. So yeah. GY Daniel, are you in the room still? If not, we'll give it another couple seconds. Our son, if you'll work on putting your question in the chat if you don't mind. Now, I am going to step away from the camera for just a moment here. I got to take a little station break for, the necessary, but I will return in just a flash and then we'll get you taken care of. Be right back. Oh, Lord, I got my foot tangled in the cords here, though. Need to get that straight before I leave. Get it tore up this whole setup. What in the world? Okay. All right, all right. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm getting myself resituated here. And our son, if you'll be kind enough to put your question in the chat box, please, and we'll get started on your reading. Hey, Cece. Yep, I'm still working my way towards you, my dear. I had to take a little quick break there, but I'm back. So I'm good to go for another little bit. Ooh. Whatever spirit has for you. All right, all right. Let's see what we got. Okay, what the spirit have for our son? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I think I want these. Okay. I think we'll take this one too. Oh, you're welcome, our son. I'm gonna start out with some oracles for you and see what comes out. Ooh, forgiveness. Extend love and forgiveness to everyone. To err is human, to forgive divine. That's been a recurring theme here today through several decks and several different people. And again, I have to go anytime I mention forgiveness, let's not forget to forgive ourselves, because I'm trying to tell you that'd be the hardest one. That's the last one and the hardest one. We are harder on ourselves than anybody else ever thought about being hard on us. You may be going through a dark night of the soul. Drastic changes popped out again. Being single, you need to feel comfortable being single before you attract the right person. Uh, are you still single? I know you mentioned an ex doing some ugly things, but and honestly, if you are, that might be a good thing, like you say, to get kind of healed from that, because it sounded like she was a piece of work. You said the forgiveness was resonating earlier. Yeah. Dawn of the Risen, I will put you on the list. I hope we hang in there that long, because there are some folks ahead of you. It just depends on how many still are here for their reading, but I will put you on the list for sure. I would encourage you to stick around for a while, though, because even if you don't get your personal cards pulled very often, there are no mistakes. So the fact that you were led to my reading period, my session, there's probably a message for you anyway, whether we pull cards directly for you or not. So definitely stick around. But I do have you on the list, my dear. So yeah, you said forgiveness was hanging in there. It was resonating for you. Let me see if there's anything else that needs to come out of here. Be the best. The blue rose is very special. Become the best and believe in your own potential. Yeah. Whoever and whatever you need to exercise forgiveness over did quite a number on you. And don't believe the hype. That's what I'm hearing spirit say. Don't believe the hype. Very often we let them chattering magpies get in our heads. 50 people could tell you the best thing since sliced bread, and that one chattering magpie that gave us so much of a problem, get in your head and say something. You're not single, but with a divinely aligned person. Okay. So maybe it's a matter of, well, you may have attracted the right person and be in your comfort level. You may have healed enough to actually attract the right person. Now, like I said, just remember that and rock with it and let it. Ooh, what this twitch? Oh, Yeah, look like spirit did you a solid. Whether you was actually ready for it when you met that person or not, you're aware that they're very divinely aligned, and you said she's steady on the attack even with dark magic, so you're not sure whether to forgive or not. You used to be forgiving, but she chose to be an enemy. Let me tell you something. That's especially when you need to forgive. Forgiveness is not for the other person, it's for you. Forgiveness ain't got jack diddly to do with the other person. It's for you. As long as her energy is active at all, whether it's a receptive, get them out your mind. Do a cord removal ceremony. And when you do it, try to do it in the bath. Call in Archangel Michael and your ancestors. And when you remove her cords, wrap them up in love and deliver them to Archangel Michael and your ancestors, and they'll deal with her trifling ass. You hear what I say? You all kumbaya and forgiveness and light. Your ancestors petty as hell, and they got something cooked up for her that's way more satisfying than anything you could get away with in this lifetime or this scheme. Karma know everybody address, honey. Don't nobody get away. So definitely forgive her and understand, learn to look at it like I said, a karmic facilitator, a karmic soulmate. She was there to show you a very important lesson that you needed to learn, and you're learning that lesson and graduating from it put you in a vibrational space to line up with what you have. She was the springboard to help you level up to this divinely aligned partner that you have now. So don't be mad at her. Feel sorry for her if you can bring yourself to. But although, like I said, I know when kids are involved, it's hard to find compassion because I don't even know the chick. And when you said what you said, I was a little ticked with her too. So I get it. I'm not saying that you got to forget everything she did and she invited to the family reunion and the cookout. Hell to the no, no, no. But release it with love, genuinely forgive her with the notion, with the idea of removing her cord attachments and releasing them to Archangel Michael and your ancestors and let them do with her what they will. Because you did get some beautiful children out the deal. You know what I mean? And definitely take her trifling butt to court. She gonna have to come up off some money. You can't just leave your children with somebody else that ain't even their daddy and think that you just gonna walk off and tiptoe through the tulips. Oh hell no, 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 we ain't doing that. But I'm loving what I'm seeing here. We got receive, open, receptivity, opening up, generosity, gifts, and assistance, along with abundance, windfall, gifts, celebration, promotion, opportunity, successful ventures. So one way or another, it looked like some kind of financial relief is on its way to you. He says you heal the tongue. That's right. Keep on healing. What do they say? Living well is the best revenge. She didn't leave them with you quite that way, but you still just provide for her kids. I'd love to tell you to stop, but I get it. When the heart is involved, you're going to do what you do because you had them for 10 years and all of that. And at this point, because you love them, it would be more of a spite to her issue than a care for them issue. I wouldn't give her no money, though. I would take them shopping, take them to dinner, do whatever I got to do. I wouldn't give her a dime. But, that's just me. I'm petty like that. So she's with the kids now, but you just provide for her. And hell, no. Now, the woman that you with, whoever you with now, is too kind. Because I'd be damned, you wouldn't be providing for her and sleeping and snoring in my face. No. Especially if whatever went down, you had to leave her, then guess what? That gets cut off. I'll do for the kids if you must. I don't have no issue with that. Because, like you said, you spent 10 years loving them and all the rest of that. And a father who steps up, like I said, we don't do steps and halves in my house. Love is love. So I understand you want to continue to do for the children, but I'd be dang if I would allow, I hate to say allow, but in this case, I would say allow. I would not continue to deal with a man that's taking care of his ex when she could get off her butt and do it herself. If she's not physically, medically challenged to a point that she absolutely cannot provide for herself, when you had to leave, your money need to leave too. Sorry. No. Mm-mm. Nope, nope, nope. Karma, balance, weighing things out, cause and effect, choices, want to make things right. And here's the thing, There's a little admonition that Yeshua put in the scriptures about casting your pearls before swine. That part. Stuff got so bad between y'all that you had to leave. Why would you still keep taking care of her? And especially since them ain't your children. I mean, you love them, but they're not biologically. You don't have no obligation. Not saying that you shouldn't do for the children. We covered that part, but I'm saying people go, oh, but that's your baby mother who didn't act right that I had to leave. Okay, I do understand that, Arsan, but here's the thing. If you ever want to realize that 5D partner in the 3D, you got to heal this. And part of that is learning boundaries, learning when to cut loose, because your divine counterpart cannot come to you unless or until you graduate the 3D karmic lessons that you have. And part of that is to stop allowing this codependent attachment and over giving. That is a very, very huge karmic lessons that are being played out in the reality right now, especially with empaths that are finding their way from imbalanced empaths into balance. But okay, you said something extremely important there. You would not do this if the divine counterpart that you believe you're with it was physically here. You say you're in union but believe it's spiritual. Now I want you to consider something. And again, I ain't fussing at you because I had to realize the same thing. I got a video, a couple of them in my playlist on modern mystic messages. I think it was called Ancestors and Intervention is that playlist, I think. But one of the videos that I had was called Let's Remain Friends. I had a whole bunch of toxic exes hanging in my energy. And some of them were physically, like monetarily. I wasn't still sleeping with any of them, but they wanted to hang around in that friend zone. And when they butts get in a tight financially and all of that, they were still monetarily dry bagging me and all of that good stuff. But here's the thing, if you want to experience that divine counterpart in other than the 5D, you want to eventually coax that divine counterpart out of your vortex into the manifested reality so you can see it, hear it, smell it, lick its face, as Abraham would say. You're going to have to prepare for that and behave as if it's already a thing. That divine counterpart can't come to you as long as you still making space for this toxic karmic, and taking care of that woman after you done left her is still making space for this toxic karmic. She don't have no reason to change because you're still codependently taking care of her ass. Why are you doing that? You ain't saving for a new woman. You ain't making no space in your life for a new woman. None of that. You just cut yourself off sexually from this woman, and everything else is still status quo. Y'all living in two different places now, but she still got the better part of you. Well, I ain't gonna say the better part, but she got the part she was interested in, the wallet. Cut her off. Cut her off. Okay, because you're not going to be able, and again, don't take my word for it, take it up in meditation. It says reflecting here, shadow work, soul searching, deep introspection, evaluation, hermit energy, the void period. Definitely take it up with your guides in meditation. You may be experiencing the energy of your twin. That can very well happen before you physically meet up with them or meet them online or whatever the case may be. You can do that, but that's not what you're not supposed to just settle for just the 5D emotional whatever you got in the ethereal realm. You're supposed to have a partner right beside you. You are a human being with physical needs. So it's not wrong for you to call in a physical counterpart. And that person is, if you're experiencing and feeling their energy already, there is a physical counterpart that matches that energy out there. But you can't manifest them as long as you still got that other unfinished lesson hanging in your craw. Get rid of it, heal it, graduate so you can bring in your counterpart. I'm going to say this to you. You ain't going to like me very much when I say this. You can make all the excuses in the world, and she will continue to facilitate all of them excuses. At the end of the day, if she would if you cutting her off financially messes up the homeschool dynamic, then oh well, you don't have to keep taking care of this woman. Because I'm telling you, there's no woman in her right mind that's going to be with you while you're doing that. So how long you going to continue taking care of her till they graduate school? Sooner or later, they're going to have to get back into the school system. Or she's going to have to find another sugar daddy to take care of her so she can stay home and homeschool the children. Come on now. There's a whole lot of people that put up with miserable behind relationships, and they use children as an excuse. And I'm telling you, children understand way more than we give them credit for, and they would understand. Because if you're gonna do all of that, you might as well still be with her for real. You like say you refuse to cut off her energy, whether you sleeping with her or not. You still got her energy well attached to her, and you don't want to do it because now it's because of the children and the homeschool dynamic. She ain't guaranteed the lap of luxury to be able to homeschool her children, because if she did, she would have done whatever was necessary to keep that relationship healthy and active. You'd still have a loving relationship with her, and you wouldn't have had to cut her off. Can't have it both ways, you know? Something about this union is keeping you from your North Node destiny, though. It says fate, evolution, finding life path, karmic challenges, and rewards. It's a lot. It's a karmic lesson. Until debt tears us apart. Restrictions, adversity, structure, learning karmic lessons, and maturity. Until debt tears us apart. But do with it what you will. Honestly, ooh, guarded and vulnerable came out here with self-love and intentions here. Self-worth, expansion, manifesting. And then guarded is here with holding patterns, security at all costs, blocked heart chakra. This feels like, because you have this feeling of this 5D love, you're going to allow yourself to be content with that and rock out for years like that instead of bringing a real person into yourself. That's not fully healing, dear. You've done a lot of healing, but you need to do some more, enough to understand that you don't need to have a fairy love the rest of your life. You need a real love. And keeping this karmic X in your back pocket is going to literally keep a real love from coming to you. But do with it what you will. Let me see here what is over here. Let's see. You're welcome, dear. Oh, what we got? What we got? Courageous heart. It takes courage to follow your heart, especially when the path is unknown. Your heart knows the way. Trust it and let it lead you to your true destiny. We have speak up. What are you not saying that's eating you up inside? You can't keep this in forever. It's time to let it out so you can move on and be happy. Reassess. You're being asked to take stock of your life and let go of anything or anyone that no longer makes you happy. Notice who and what brings you joy and who and what doesn't. It's time for some life cleanup. And warrior spirit, relentless commitment to challenges, approaches life as a personal battle, here to master your forceful nature. So let's see. Honor yourself. Recognize the hard work you put in to get where you are today. Instead of thinking how far you still have to go, remind yourself that all you've accomplished, of all you've accomplished, and be proud. And fresh start. You're being given the opportunity to begin again. Allow yourself to embrace this new life and open up fully to this gift that you've been given. A new supportive relationship is on the horizon. It might be a kindred spirit or possibly even romance. It could be someone new or the deepening of an existing relationship. Open your heart to this new connection. But again, you cannot open your heart to the new connection when you still got the energy of the old one hanging in there. And the last thing you don't see coming, boundless possibilities. You're standing at the edge of limitless potential. Don't limit your dreams based on past experiences. Embrace the boundless possibilities that await you, is the card that came out there. And then, let's see. I don't even know if this is the right deck. I think this is the deck, but we're going to see. Coming soon, welcome to the next ascending age. So there is a spiritual level up that's available to you. Three, two, one, jump. It's time to go. The universe is calling you. Let me see what's in this one since we got this. Ooh, come to the edge. I'm telling you, Spirit is not playing. They want you to bust a move some kind of way. Message in a bottle. Yeah, it's definitely something that you need to see that you're not seeing quite just yet. Between worlds. Yeah. Happy is here though. So, and soulmates is at the bottom of the deck. No place like home. I'm trying to tell you, you you'll make the change when you really wrap your head around it and are prepared to do that. But right now, you know that there's something that's out here for you. Milk and honey is here. Regeneration is here. Happy, soulmates, no place like home. All of that is just beyond the horizon. But Spirit is saying, come to the edge. You are standing between worlds. You got your one foot in the old relationship and can't quite embrace the new one because you got one foot in the old relationship. If you really want to reset your life and receive the blessings that are there for you, you're going to have to close this thing down. And I'm so sorry that the kids are no longer going to be able to have the luxury of homeschooling and all the rest of that. But again, that is not necessary. Is that genuinely what's best for them anyway? Consider it. I can't tell you one way or the other, but how do somebody be in a situation where the relationship no longer works? And I don't know who left who, but the relationship no longer works, but they're going to continue carrying on their lifestyle absolutely untouched. un no, everything remains the same, but you're the only one that's having to bear bear the burden of this relationship breaking apart. Where's the fairness in that? You no longer have the benefit of conjugal privileges. You no longer have the benefit of a unified household. You no longer have the benefit of quite a bit of your money because you're taking care of her and those other children outside of your responsibilities in the second house. So now you maintaining two households. And whose bright idea was it to break this relationship apart and why? But you're the only one paying the price for it. That don't exactly seem right. I'm just saying. But I don't know all about your business. I'm just saying what's showing here in the cards. I don't feel all that good. But anywho, let's see what we got going on over here and a little bit of tarot so we can get this thing taken care of. Breaking contract. Contract stop serving your growth, freeing yourself from a soul contract, altering your divine blueprint. So whatever y'all had by way of a karmic or cosmic contract, what have you, like you said, that part is over. Both parties didn't fulfill it, so why is the one party left having to hold the bag? I'm just saying. Perspective shift, deep sense of questioning, seeing through the lies and delusions. Stop seeing life as you once did. Is here with new territory, meant to try new things in life, walk in unfamiliar territory, enabling success through learning. Exactly. She left you, but you still paying the price. So she's being rewarded for basically being a butthead. And why should she do any different? Because she can do whatever she want, and she still got you dragging you around by that nose ring that she got around you. She don't even have to sleep with you now. She don't have to cook your meals. She ain't got to wash your clothes. She ain't got to do nothing, and you still paying out the yin yang just because you out there able to work hard enough to do it. You can't even save up for the new life you like to have because she's still continuing on to receive everything after having left you. She'll never get with nobody else because she don't need to. She still got a provider. Stop. You're over giving, and that's not spiritually appropriate for you. She left you. Let her feel the pain of being gone. Why is she still able to continue her life absolutely untouched while you're bearing the expense of her nasty choices? Yeah, narcissistic discard. She got rid of you because you weren't serving her answers, but you still get to chop and jump to her, and please don't be late on a payment. F out of here with that, like they say. Hell to the no. Love yourself enough to not let somebody use you that way. Because that's exactly what she's doing right now. I'm so sorry for the kids. I'd love for them to have a homeschool, blah, blah, blah. But she should have considered all of that before she left you. You're not obligated to keep her and her children's lifestyle up to her standards after she chose to leave you. Answers within, connecting to your higher self, strengthening your intuition, letting your intuition guide you. Sun is here with strength, empowerment, heart chakra opening, compassion, happiness, and truth revealed. I'm hoping you do sit with this for a while and decide to make some changes because I'm telling you, that 5D partnership that you can feel out there in the vortex for you, it can't come to you until this is a karmic lesson for you. That was a karmic soulmate, and this is the karmic lesson. This is the lesson of codependency and overgiving. That is a very common dynamic in mass consciousness right now, as many empaths are awakening and finding balance. They're finding a need for that. And unless or until you're willing to graduate that lesson, your new partner cannot come to you. You got to graduate that lesson, enter into a period of celibacy and healing after removing her and her cords, her energy cords from you, and getting her hand out your wallet. Now, obviously, if you choose to continue taking care of the children, but truthfully, let's be honest, if you had them kids in your care for 10 years, that means at minimum they're probably 12, 13, 14, 15 years old or so. How do they treat you? That's something you need to take into consideration. Do they respect you as a father? And even if they do, you can do for those children without giving her a dime. You can take the children clothes shopping, you can send them things, you can pay a tuition or whatever it is for something that they want or an extracurricular activity. You ain't got to put $1 in her hand to do for them children, and you're not even obligated to do for them, because again, she didn't consider the fact that you had them for 10 years when she chose to pluck them away from you because she wanted to leave. That part. And depending on how their attitude is about it, they may not even be deserving of your continued care. Because I've seen a lot of step kids that get real brand new when mama decide to up and leave. And if they're not truly giving you the love and care that they should be giving a father, you don't owe them kids shit. Okay? Take care of your babies that you do have there that you do owe something to. Look at here. Two of swords. You got to make a decision. Cut it off. Stuck in the middle is the key word on there. Ace of Swords. That's what I'm saying here is the truth. This is clarity from the divine, is what flipped over next. Knight of Swords is a swift action taker. Well, look at all these swords, man. This is communication, clarity, truth, decision making. Wow. Knight of Wands, force of nature. But the Knight of Wands he's bright eyed and bushy tailed, but he's a little naive. We're going to need you to come up out of that. Ace of Wands, I'm telling you the truth. You're going to get some inspiration from somewhere to make this change. High Priestess, she knows inner knowledge. And sound like you may have a High Priestess in your horizon in the vortex, but like I said, she can't come to you as long as this other clown is in your juice. Hermit is here with the star. Boy, if you don't let this thing happen here, you're gonna be called into this hermit mode. You're probably there now. You say you ain't in a physical relationship with nobody, so you left this lady. Go on into the hermit mode so you can step out into the star energy, which will allow you to manifest, create, basically overcome this scenario. Look at here. If you are willing to do that, what you don't see coming is a spiritual level up and emotional fulfillment. The Ten of Cups and the Hierophant is at the bottom of the deck. And the marriage card with this Four of Wands. Seven of Pentacles came out of the deck too. So you planted seeds for something. But again, and the Seven of Wands right there. So that is rising above the fray. You got a 7-7 message here. You've planted the seeds for something, but you're the one that's interfering with your harvest. Hey, Arya, how you doing? I'm gonna put you on the list because I know you were in the other day and I wasn't able to get to you. Bear with me a second. You come in real late each time. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get to you, but I'm gonna try. But that is your reading, Arsan. I hope that brought you the information that you need. Like I said, I highly encourage you to see the light and wake up, smell the coffee, stop letting her use you, because it's not just hurting your pockets, it's literally interfering with you calling in the divine counterpart that you can even sense the energy for right now. Your partner is stuck in the 5D because of this 3D karmic that you still got in your craw, so to speak. Oh, you're so welcome, our son. I hope it helps. GY Daniel, are you here? Trina Monique Hearn, are you here? Let me get some incense going. I'm going to have to plug up my charger, so the sound quality is going to change on this part. And I apologize for that. I don't have any other way around that. My speakers are wireless, but they're not Bluetooth, so I have to do it this way in order for me to be able to not run out of charge here. I know the sound quality isn't what I'd like it to be, but can you still sort of hear me though? Well, I hope y'all can hear me. Ain't nobody telling me nothing, so I'm gonna assume you can. And let me see. We took care of our sign. GY Daniel is not responding. Trina Monique Hearn. Rick 888, are you still in the building? CC 360, are you here, Miss CC? Either of y'all, Rick 888, Trina Monique Hearn, or CC 360. GY Daniel, if you choose to respond, you can, but you were called several times ago. I think you just gone for today. CC, Rick 888, Trina Monique Hearn, Jenna C. Are you here? Any of the names that I call, please put a yes, hey, a wave, any kind of symbol. Put something in the chat so that I know, even if you haven't formed your whole question, just put something in the chat so that I know you're still here. Trina, GY Daniel, Rick 888, or CC, or Jenna C. Any of you, please put something in the chat if you're here. Jesus LeBlanc, are you here? Faith Ruth, are you here? Oh, hey, CC, wonderful. All right, my dear, what is your question, please? Faith Ruth, you're here as well. Okay, awesome. CC beat you to it a little bit, and she was higher on the list, so hang in there. We'll have you next if none of the rest of them answer. But yeah, can you put your question in the chat, please, CC? Okay, CC, I'm waiting for your question. Arya, I have you on the list as well. I just have to go in the order they came in. But yeah, CC, I'm just waiting on your question. You know what? Let me know one thing. The deck I want to use for you, I want to go to the Orishas and the goddesses for you. So bear with me. Why the holding back of energies, a heavy weight? Honestly, I don't even, we're gonna pull cards, of course, but I don't even think I need to pull cards on that. It's just where we at. We on this fantastic voyage. There's a lot of heavy energy swarming the planet right now. I saw something the other day and I started to share it to the chat, but I didn't want to get too far out there. It was a little short reel, but it said there's a scientist now, the way they're looking at the movement of the Milky Way, they feel like it's the way the energies are going. They showed it on a grid in space. It would actually, the way they showed the movement of the Milky Way galaxy, it looked like a stingray or a manta ray in the ocean. It was literally like the edges of the Milky Way was flapping like a ray moving through the seas. We have an incredible amount of energy that is swarming through right now, and it's hitting everybody. So, yeah. You said, why the holding back of energies? Ooh, look at here. At the bottom of the deck, my dude, Alegua. There you go. Number one, and again, I don't know if you were here when I was mentioning before about Cryon and the Lightworker Handbook. I think that was in last night's live stream. I don't remember. So much runs together. But the way... Oh, it's there. It's not getting to you in time. Okay. Again, glitches in the matrix. We're experiencing a lot of weird energies right now. It's like when I had mentioned last night, Cryon said that instead of a major pole shift happening, like the type that took out Lemuria and set Atlantis back and all the rest of that, caused memories to be wiped and all that craziness, the major resets like they've been doing throughout time. Once we made it past 2012, it was like our spiritual galactic contract, if you were, was renegotiated on the fly. And a lot of that massive energy that would have hit us at one time and wiped our memories and took most of the life off of this planet and all of that stuff, and in a huge cataclysm, somehow that energy was contained and is being released to us in bursts instead. So it's still heavy energy, but instead of hitting us all at once, it's coming in at waves, so it didn't completely destroy us. It was being administered in a more controlled fashion that, while uncomfortable, is still something that we can physically handle without our bodies disintegrating. Hey, Antoine, how are you? You said, when the winds of heaviness swirl, we light incense, not to escape, but to transmute. We chant not to drown out the noise, but to harmonize with the deeper pulse within it. This is the hour of the bell, the breath, the bridge. That's beautiful. Ooh, Cece. Right out the gate, though, we have Oshun coming here for you. So, they're aware. And bring you some love and prosperity. You very well aware of who Oshun is all about, so... Let's see who else is coming out this deck for you. Ooh, we got a 10 of water coming here, so there is going to be some kind of emotional fulfillment and harvest as well heading your way. The earth is here. Wow. Okay. Iku is here, so it is part of your transformation cycle, this death rebirth cycle. In the 8 of earth, you are putting in the work, so... Or maybe a need for a shift in work. We're going to look at that in a minute. Let me see. Well, honestly, I knew you have an affinity for the Orishas through your heritage. That's the reason I wanted to pull from this deck, to see who was going to come out for you. I'm not going to take all 3 of them at one time and put it back and see what comes out. Bagheera just popped out for you, so there is some lightheartedness and adventure. But it's interesting because Eshu, well, Bagheera is known to be the feminine half of Eshu, but Eshu is one of the aspects of Elegua as well, so... Shango is here, and the 8 of fire. Three of water is here. You cooking up something. The air of element came here in reverse, but also the 9 of air came in reverse as well. And I don't even have this deck set for reversal, so now I'm curious. And when I picked this up to split, Elegua popped out at me again. He didn't come out the deck proper. But I'm still very curious as to why these are coming in reverse. So bear with me a second. I don't normally look at reversals all that hard, but I want to know about these. The Nine of Air in reverse is hiding, confinement. The queried term or period has ended. Timely measures, you can and must end that period. The cycle is over. Time is up and you have to be ready. So you asking, wow, wow, wow. You asked the question, why the holding back of energies? It's a heavy weight. And they're saying they're aware that you've been under a heavy weight period and a period of holding back in this confinement period, but it is coming to an end. Be ready. And then we had the air element in reverse. I'm not sure if, hold on, let me see. Yeah. The oxygenating feature of the air and its glorifying essence, taking into account the dates governing the three signs of the element, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Characteristics, intellectuality, expansibility, lyricism, communication, a situation of association and brotherhood. And in reverse, the characteristics in the situation are different. Regarding the first case, volatility and inconsistency. As for the second, a situation of dissociation and dehumanization. So it's literally telling you that what you've been going through, this kind of being shut off from the world, not getting this together, not flowing the way it needs to, that period is ending for you. Get ready. And then on this split, the way the cards fell, when I laid them down to see what was going on, Oshamari was right here. So that is wealth and prosperity for sure. Ooh. And the Ace of Pentacles popped out. The Ace of Earth came out here next with it. Ooh, and speaking of Obatala, there you go. Those didn't actually come out of the deck, but this did. Message from water. And this looks like the Chariot card, and it kind of feels like the Chariot card as well. But we're gonna look at the message just to. Okay, let me see. I ain't gonna read all of this. It has the mermaid and the oyster and all of that good stuff. It says one of the horses is white with black details in its harness, while the other one is black with white details in its harness. Hold on a second. Let me get some Lucy Cotwell, whatever. This speaks of the search for perfect balance of strength. A philosophical comparison can be made if we refer to the myth described in Plato's Phaedrus, in which he tells us that the psyche is made up of three parts, namely the rational, located in the head, the emotional, located in the chest, and the appetitive, related to the concupiscible, located in the ventral zone. This book is a really old book. They talk real weird sometimes in the language. They're driven by a coachman who represents a balance of strength. Thus, the psyche goes from topos Uranus, or the eternal perfect world, inhabited by ideas or forms, to the sensible world. Okay, the meaning: triumphant victory, maximum pleasure in realizing that you were able to defeat the difficulties either with or without the help of others, material and or energetic factors on any level of interpretation. You have resorted to your integrity as a thinking and rational being and defeated base desires and interests as a way to reach your proposed aim. As a result, your plans came true. All this may be hard at the beginning, but not at all unpleasant. So you say you feel a reversal, someone is doing something against you. Maybe, because honestly, I didn't pull it out because it didn't pop all the way out, but the devil did show his head in this deck. And in this deck, the devil is absolutely spell work. So somebody may be doing something against you, but it don't matter because, like I said, at the end, you got here the Ace of Pentacles. That is a gift, an offer of something material from the divine. Obatala is here with you, as well as this message from water, this chariot energy. On the other end of that, Oshamar came out. So there is going to be an upswing, and you got literally Shango and Oshun here. Now, they may have been separated due to that whole thing with Oba and all the rest of that stuff, or Oya, but you know, at the end, like I said, the reason Oshun acted so crazy because she was crazy in love with Shango. So, and they harnessed the thunder and the lightning. They harnessed the storm and the lightning. This Earth and Iku together, this rebirth is happening. I think that the heaviness in the energies isn't so much spell work, it's just having to ride through the rough patch. I really do. It's rough for everybody. You know what I mean? I really do think that it's just doing what it do. Let's see here what the goddess has got to say. Ooh. Celestial alignment was the first card that popped out here. Yeah, you said you can feel the reversal of that 9 of air. That's all in the air element. Yeah, that's all that matters. It means that it's turning. It's turning the corner. Soul forgiveness is here. Yeah, and maybe that just means, like I said, just, well, I can't say forgive them because you don't even know who it is necessarily that's doing something. Forgive yourself. Worthiness. You know you're worthy. So I hope you do. Maybe that's another round of soul work that you, maybe it's some kind of subconscious issue with worthiness and whatnot. Sacred lust is here. Ooh. Can't show that one. That's Katesh. Atiti, Katesh, and Bakumo. Oya is here with storms. Interestingly enough, the way I'm laying these cards down, Oya is literally laying directly on top of Shango and Oshun. I find that extremely interesting. Along with, ooh, there's a little bit of, like I said, grief came here with Allah, and Mamlambo with self-sabotage. So it makes me wonder if there's something that you may possibly be doing to sabotage a little bit. Unintentionally, of course. I'm sure it's unintentional, for sure. However, bear with me a second. I gotta get some of these little short music thingies came in here and I'm trying to. There we go.
Imagine there was more of you.
Feeling safe, it popped out here with Tatuba.
From easy online payroll and benefits to
Whoa, I hope I didn't just get a copyright for that. Good Lord, I gotta pay more attention. I honestly think, though, I don't want to say, because you, like I say, you're very, very spiritually aware. So if you really feel like somebody's doing something against you that may not be just in your mind, I'm not seeing it necessarily here. When that self-sabotage came out, that might be a case of you being a little bit paranoid, but I also know that you have some real stuff going on with the situation with your neighbor and all that. So it may not be paranoia. That's why I say I hate to even call it paranoia. But I think regardless of what you think is going on, the main thing is to hold on to this feeling of feeling safe. That no matter what they try to bring against you, it's not going to necessarily be successful. Let me see. Oh, we got dependence here. There's something or someone you're clinging to. It's keeping you from stepping into your light. You have everything you need to succeed, and the only approval you need is your own, along with abundance. You're being asked to open to abundance, to believe you're deserving of it, and believe that it will flow to you. This is the first important step toward receiving it. Breathe deeply and trust that it's on its way. Bravery. You're being asked to make a tough decision that you've been putting off because of fear, which is understandable, but you do have the strength and bravery to make this decision, and you'll feel so much lighter when you do. Now that makes me wonder. Hold on. This is the deck that I want. It sounds good. You may ask when it's your turn, Arya. I understand, but you popped in here way after the fact. I've been on here since 11:30, or yeah, I think it was like 11:30 this morning. And you just popped in here, and there were like 4 or 5 people ahead of you, and now you just want to jump to the head of the line. You did that last time, and then it got late, and you couldn't stick around. But anytime you coming into a live stream looking for a live reading, a free reading, you might want to allow for a little more time. Yeah, because it's not fair to the other people if I just stop everything that I'm doing just because you came in and said, can you ask? Change is here, CC. Change and flow and transformation. Life is moving in an ebb and flow of change. Accepting change makes it much easier to navigate. Embracing change is the key to thriving in life. Along with exploration, bravely open and connect. It is time to get to know others better, learn something new about the people in your life, and allow them to learn something new about you. So maybe that's with some folks coming into your life. I'm not sure. Or maybe that's looking into those things that we were talking about the other day as far as exploration. Enough. You are satisfied. What have you had enough of? Honor your limits and have the courage to speak them. Draw clear boundaries to honor both yourself and those in your life. And I honestly think that may be where you feeling that somebody's doing something to you. You were talking about that situation you got with the people around you and stuff. And maybe you are making arrangements to exit from that situation. So I think that's going to kind of handle itself. That card shot so far, I don't even know where I'm not going to stop this reading and go tear this whole stuff because it looked like it went over and down. It went far. I'll find it later. If it's something that you need, I'll DM you with it. Healing. Return to wholeness. Part of the situation may need some healing. Lovingly notice any disharmony. And then turn your focus to healing. Allow the universe to support you. Okay? All right, all right. All is as it should be. Acceptance. Try to see situations through the eyes of your best self. You have the wisdom and the will to refrain from judgment. So send blessings instead. Things are working out for you, even when you can't see it. Just know and trust that it is working out for you. All right, madam. Does that answer your question, or do we need to go a little further? Sounds exactly like what you've been feeling. Okay. All right. Then we good. Yeah. And again, we have to remember, sometimes for some of us, we've been on the downside for so long, and we waiting for it. And Lord, when is it coming? When, Lord, when? But you got to remember, for some of us, the master is literally cooking up like a full 5-course, 5-star meal. And that take time. There's a lot of moving parts in that. So sometimes we just have to be a little more patient and wait on divine timing. Because ultimately we got to anyway, so we might as well just hunker down and let it do what it do. All right, all right. Next up, we have G.Y. Daniel, Trina Monique Hearn, Rick 888, and Jenna C. Are any of you in the building? Which Orisha deck was that? This is the Tarot of the Orishas. Yeah. With Zolrak and illustrated by Durkhan. It's the only one that I'm aware of. I wish I knew of another Orisha deck, but I mean, this is like the classic Tarot of the Orishas. I think it's been around since, let me see when the first copyright on this deck was done. But it was the one that I was kind of led to anyway. Oh, I think it ain't been around a super long time. I think the first copyright on it was 2013, or no, 1994. So that is a while. Yeah, it's been around over 30 years. Yeah, the first copyright was in 1994. Hey, Antoine. Welcome back. Ooh. All right, all right. Let me see. Trina Monique Hearn, G.Y. Daniel, Rick 888, Jenna C, Jesus LeBlanc, or Faith Ruth. Are any of you here in the building wanting a reading right now? Please answer, put a yes, put something in the chat to let me know you're here, even if it takes a moment or two for you to write your actual question. Oh, and thank you. Yeah, if you do feel inclined, you say you are here, Faith Ruth. Okay, awesome. And after that, we have Dawn of the Risen and Arya Pandy if none of the others pop back in. So don't go nowhere, Arya. You're getting real close now. You're here, you just want a general reading and guidance on what to focus on right now. Okay, we can certainly do that. Bear with me here. Let me get this over here. And put this over here. Ooh, now I haven't shuffled this deck yet, but when I pulled it out to look at it, you said you wanted to know a general reading and guidance on what to focus on right now. Right at the bottom of this deck, I see structure and foundation, balance, building. So that might be a message for you even before we get going good, but yeah. You are so very welcome, Cece. I'm glad you found resonance with the message. Yeah, indeed. I'm glad that the Orishas popped out the way they did for you, too. Quite a lot of them showed that. But the last time I did, you had a gang of them showed up for you, too, when I used that deck. So, because you wanted to know, you thought they was upset with you because you ain't been really doing no altar work. I don't do altar work either, but they still here for me, you know? Ooh, some kind of temptation and self-deception here that you might want to be aware of, Faith Ruth. It says make wise choices. Are you kind of blurring your eyes to the truth of something or someone? We're going to find out. We're going to pull. Don't worry about it. That's the first thing that came to my mind though with that deception card. Self-worth and high vibrations, healing unworthiness, expectation and values. Yeah, maybe the deception is self-deception. You may be dealing with some imposter syndrome or something like that. Spirit guides, assistance, divine guidance, signs, synchronicities, guardian. Some kind of a string along energy here. We got keys on a ring, one night stand with many options, decisions, unconventional, string along with truth and expression, new perspective, seeing the truth, clear action, honesty, and communication. So the deception, I think, here is you deceiving yourself. Could be. Or again, it may not even be a person you need to make a decision about. It could be some way that you're not, I don't even want to say you fooling yourself, but it could be something that you're just not seeing in your own psyche that needs to take a look at. Twin flame, strong soulmate came out here, telepathic, spiritual, divine connection. Is it something about a relationship that you need to see? Let me see here. Renewal and spark, new life, fresh starts, rejuvenation, healing after crisis. What's over here on this bottom? South node, comfort zone, fear of the new, resistance, clinging to old ways or situations, reunion, soul ties, soulmate, fated partnership, past life connection, past returns, belief system, facade. Is there something about a relationship you're not seeing? Are you trying to make a relationship be something that it's not? Because honestly, this either look like a relationship that need to go or one that you're trying to pull in that ain't what you think it is, and you trying to make it be something that it ain't. You're not in a relationship? Okay. But you've been feeling like maybe it's about to happen? Could be. Then in that case, it very well could be. Okay. That actually kind of makes sense then. There's something that you need to see about you with this new perspective and expression, seeing the truth, clear actions, the deception, and all of that we saw. There's something that you need to see about you that's actually keeping you from being ready to receive this new relationship. We're going to get more into it, though. So at least they're showing that it is one waiting for you here. So that's a good thing. Now we got to figure out how to get to it. You've been feeling that it's about to happen. And it probably is, because very often, especially if it's a divine counterpart, they're being prepared for you like you're being prepared for them. And this may be Spirit's wake-up call to let you know the things that you need to work on in order to allow that relationship to come into place for you. Yeah, between worlds is here, new life, message in a bottle. So, co-create and poised. Ooh, you on the edge of it, though, with poised. Let's see. Just because. Gotta see what it says now. Wait a minute. What was that other one? Maybe not. Okay. Hold on. The message in a bottle is a sign from Spirit. It says Spirit sends you signs when you ask for them, when you believe you'll receive them, and when you allow yourself to become fluent in the language of symbols, oracles, and omens. They may come to you as a bird flying by, a logo on a truck, a song on a radio. Expect confirmation that you're pointed in the right direction. Keep your ears open, for someone might say just the right thing that will give you the answer to your query. Today, your message is this: Spirit hears you, and the reply is favorable. In the relationship messages, you can expect someone to favor you with positive news. This could be in the form of a letter, phone call, or email. You are the intended receiver of this message, so stay open to what you learn. Only good will come of it in the end. The signs are all there. And we got that with new life and between worlds. So it's like I said, it's something that's in process for you. And then we got poised. I think I know where this is headed, but okay. This is about being ready, bringing something to light, being at your best and confidence. You can be assured that you're ready for anything right now. You know what you need to do. Your skills are sharp. You've come to this place armed with wisdom and knowledge, and you sense a new phase of your life about to begin. Please respond to your confidence and trust you. This is an auspicious time to begin new things. So what I said before about kind of standing in your own way in this self-doubt, not really being sure. There's something that you need to see here, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna look in the Akashic cards and see what spirit wants you to work on a little bit. It's some. Let me see. I'm trying to. Natalie Rose. This is from. Hold on. This is from Relaxed Tranquil Moss, and it's called Zen Tea Ceremony. Music. It's just some basic Asian background music. I listen to Nameless Ronan a lot. I listen to Aspiration sometimes. They have like a lot of the um, Isis and Thoth and those kinds of type music. Um, Duduk music, Persian music. But this is just one of the Zen channels that I listen to. You've been seeing money signs and synchronicities? Cool. Yeah, there could be some blocks. Pause. You're being asked to pause before making a quick decision and moving forward. Allow yourself to step back, look at all the possible outcomes, and make sure you're heading in the right direction before moving forward. And then, let me see. Detach is here. You're being asked. Well, I can't even see this. You're being asked to detach from something that you've been holding on to. When we hold on too tightly to the desired outcome, it restricts the flow. Trust that the outcome will work out and let go of your attachment to it. And then we have stuck in lack. You have all the resources you need to carry you through, whether it's financial, emotional, or physical limitations that you think you have. It's only ego-based fears taking over. Rein them in and don't give up. So now we want to find out. You say you're trying to manifest. Or you feel like a relationship could come in, but you've been seeing many signs of synchronicities. Let's see further about this relationship scenario. Ooh, trusting yourself. What was that, the flip? I want to look at this one. Journey. I see a journey in the future. Is this how we'll meet? Maybe. Prosperity. We're going to be happier, healthier, and wealthier together. With all of our shared interests and goals, we could easily be part of the same community. So you're not in a relationship, but this may be what you're calling in and you don't see it quite yet. Attraction, you're going to like what you see when you meet me because I'm exactly your type. Yeah, you're in the process of manifesting a partner with our and the partner came out here on the top. With our combined skill sets, we're going to make an amazing team. I think this is more about getting over. It's some kind of self-worth or inner work to do. Maybe another round of inner child work, or I really think it has to do with this like self-love and this worthiness issue, and shifting your energy and attitude around money or lack. being stuck in that somehow. And a lot of times we think, well, I ain't in no spirit. It can show up in a lot of different ways. It's not always directly about the money angle, but it can affect everything, not just the money part. Let me see. You've been trying to manifest, but you're too attached to outcomes, and this causes blocks. Yeah, they do. I know. It's something we all have to keep working on, because like I say, if we didn't, we'd all have everything that we wanted. But there's also a delay in the matrix, which is sometimes a good thing, but it's a little frustrating sometimes as well. But when it comes down to manifesting a divine partner, just understand that very often that separation is because you're both being prepared for each other. There's some kind of healing that you need to do, or growth that you need to do, and they're doing the same thing. And spirit will line you up when it's time. Worthiness here. I feel like I don't deserve your love. I'm worried you'll leave me when you see who I really am. And again, this isn't a person you're actually with, but it may still have something to do with, like I said, just beefing up the self-love a little bit. I know this is more than a relationship and that there is a higher purpose to our connection. When I read that, it also made me stop and think. Sometimes I think people put so much weight on the idea of the kingdom spouse, divine counterpart, twin flame journey, that in a way it becomes a bit intimidating for them. They don't realize that the twin flame journey is just the spiritual journey. You get you get matched up with a divine counterpart. If you're manifesting and calling in love, you come into union with your divine counterpart when you have spiritually leveled up to a point that you can come into that union as a whole and healthy person. A lot of times we're so beat up and knocked around by the starter packs, I like to call them, those karmic soulmates that we met up with along the way, that did us so wrong and basically caused us to launch those rockets of desire for that wholesome, healthy love and stuff. But those karmic soulmates were there to teach us very uncomfortable lessons, but they were important soul growth lessons that we needed to learn. And unless or until we genuinely graduate the lesson, not just break up with the person, because if you don't graduate the lesson, another one will come along that's going to repeat that lesson, and another one will come along that'll repeat that lesson. There's a lot of us that became serial monogamous that way and weren't trading way up. It was a lateral move from sorry ass partner to sorry ass. And I mean, I hate to say that, but it wasn't what we needed, and that's how we wound up feeling about it until we could understand, wait a minute, it ain't the partner. What is it in me that keeps attracting this kind of partner? What is it in me that keeps accepting this that ain't giving me nothing and ain't showing up and treat me like I deserve? Why don't I feel like I deserve it enough? Why am I even accepting that in my life? And until we learn that lesson, they keep showing up. Different faces, different places, but same karmic lesson. And once we graduate that and then take some downtime and heal from that, once we've seen the lesson, then we can manifest in what spirit really has for us. But that takes some time sometimes. When we're talking, things just come out of my mouth, and afterward I'm not even sure why I said them. Ooh. So we feeling a little insecure about whether or not they'll like you because of who we are. You said you had a lot of worthiness and self-love issues, but you feel it's being resolved and the angels and guides are assisting. Very well could be. Very well could be. Ooh. I'm changing this pattern and moving forward is the card that was out here in the split. So yeah. Surrender brings us together faster than resistance, and you are surrendering to it. The fact that we incarnated together to clear specific patterns from our ancestral bloodlines. That's something else we have to consider in the time delay. Sometimes it ain't got nothing to do with the person per se, as far as their readiness to be with you per se, or your readiness to be with them. Sometimes there's still separate ancestral work that we need to do before we're ready to come into alignment with each other. And I mean, that's not a wrong thing. It just simply, it's a real thing, you know. Especially if you're an old soul or an ancient soul, and you're coming here not just to clear your own karmic lessons for soul growth. You may literally be clearing out ancestral, like I said, doing work for your ancestral bloodlines, in the plural, not just the family that you here with. Some of us were plunked down in super toxic families this time around. They may not have even been our major soul family that we've been rocking out with for the last 4, 5, 10 incarnations. They could literally be a family that needed a little help and needed somebody in the bloodline to do the ancestral work on their behalf. And guess what? You volunteered and contracted for it, old soul, because you knew you had a pretty good chance, better than the average bear, of awakening and ascending in this lifetime, and you agreed to do it. Why? Because it was on the curriculum. Yeah. It's safe for you to love, though. Open your heart to give and receive the highest energy of all. Uh-oh. Finances and career. Financial issues are a factor in your love life right now. What's this other one here? Keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. They may even be coming from a whole nother country. You never know. Maybe be from a different religious or cultural background. Could be, like I said, may not be at all what you thought was your type. Because once you set the angels and ancestors to shopping for you, they gonna get you what you really need, even though it may not look like exactly what you thought. In the end, it's gonna be woo. It is. We in Earth School, Faith Ruth. That's why I said sometimes we take the Super Dave Crash and Burn entry into this experience because we're advanced students. We came here to fight the pit boss, the big boss, the final boss in the game, so to speak. We've done this a bunch of times and we get just so far, whatever. We knew this time we had a pretty good shot of making it to the final boss. Right here, as the age of Aquarius kicks off, we literally lined up in the cosmos to get the opportunity to be here for this time period, right here, right now. I know, sound crazy, as uncomfortable as it's been, because we had that thing, that forgetting thing they do. Every time we come through, they wipe our memory. We had this great forgetting, but I promise you, we really, really wanted to be here for this right now. And some of us are meeting up with divine counterparts, kingdom spouses, and or twin flames during this time period, because there is an element of reintroducing divine love to shore up the Christ consciousness grid, to infuse the earth back with the idea of healthy love, because it's become so degenerate and profane. Hello. How are you? I'm good. How was your day?
Not bad.
Cool. But yeah, chances are though, Natalie Ruth, I'd have mixed both of y'all up, Faith Ruth, I'm so sorry. But Faith, the card says this could be the one. You already met the romantic partner you seek, so you never know. You might have already met them, or like I say, if not, they may still be in the 5D for you. But I wouldn't be surprised if you do meet them soon. Let go of control issues, allow the situation to unfold naturally. And like I say, that the worthiness issues, you've been working on it, so I wouldn't stress overly much about that. Let me see here what comes out of this deck. this deck is it's hard to shuffle. Bear with me a second. I got my ADD ain't gonna let me let that go down like that. Sorry. Oh, now interesting though. At the bottom of the deck, Sacred Union is here. Honor and treasure your relationship, for it's truly sacred. So yeah, and if it's genuinely a sacred union coming into being, it may take a little while for that to get prepared for you. The past is now behind you. Release it and embrace new possibilities. A new path is available for you now. Follow it with faith. My beloved, though we may be physically apart, spiritually we're always united, for love transcends space and time. Nothing is missing. That's why I say very often you become aware of a kingdom spouse, divine counterpart, twin flame, whatever, whichever the case is for you. Very often you become aware of them energetically in the 5D before you actually meet them. Wait, don't rush into it. Allow nature to take its course. That's all you can do, especially if you haven't actually met them yet. But close your eyes and, oh, let me cover her a little bit. Close your eyes and tell yourself that you deserve to feel joyful. You can allow joy into your life regardless of the circumstances you currently find yourself in. And that being said, I know where we're going next. We're going to pull a couple of these over here. Journey of love. Because this is about self-love and it's a relationship. It's all of that, but it's more about getting into union with yourself than the other stuff. We got the pearl threaded and yin yang lover. Let me see if anything else wants to come out of here. Ooh. Spiral dance of the goddess. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. What we got. Get messages for Miss Faith. The force of attraction is stronger than your conscious control. There is no need to fight this inner genius. You can learn to speak its language instead. What is it that captures you, that pulls you close, that holds so much light for you? Why fight it? Don't step away from what you really love to grab a hold of a second prize. Don't step away from what you really love to grab hold of a second prize. Why not claim your first prize? It is there waiting for you. It is yours alone, beloved. No one else can claim your own divine birthright for you. Be yielding and let your desire fill your body, your heart, and your mind. You don't have to fight for what's already yours. It will come to you through the field of attraction that emanates from your own heart. It is not a question of worthiness or deservedness. It is not a question of trying to work out what you need or want. Your heart always knows. Listen. If you can't hear, then just feel. You will soon get the gist of it, or you'll get the gist of it soon enough. This oracle has a message for you. No matter whether you seem to be heading closer to your goal or further away, you are making real spiritual progress, and what you want is the same thing that is wanting you. What you are seeking is seeking you. It is only a matter of time before you get it. And the poetry that goes with this card: the moment when to fill my heart again is measured not in time or sweet remorse, nor tears that wash away unbridled pain or morning's light which sings its soft retort. Such love has slept through storm and winters long. No call could break the stillness embrace, or hasten change before the season's song unfurls its melody and words so chaste. Empowered thus, I found myself compelled to cast aside emotions dormant still. My feelings spoke from depths the answer welled, no need or past the emptiness to fill. At one, our touch has opened hearts anew. Of patience born there waits a love so true. So it's coming. Have faith. I don't know why I just heard patience, grasshopper. I know. I can't. Look, I'm in the same boat, so I feel you. Spiral dance of the goddess. From a point of light unfolding, we become a soul, then incarnate into a sacred body, and our lives become a work of divine art, a speck of heavenly presence manifesting itself through dimensions of time and space and into a life on earth made manifest. The extraordinary fact of your existence is a divine happening. As though the light of the moon is dancing not upon, wait a minute. As though the light of the moon is dancing not only upon the water, but inside of it, your ancient light is dipping into the mud of the earth. This is how the soul becomes a divine human in the making. As you sense yourself moving and shifting from light to dark and back again, from knowing to unknowing, you are weaving your consciousness, your divinity, into sacred expression, manifesting your soul essence into the form of your life. Threading the light through the darkness without even realizing you're doing it, you are gently impregnating the matter of your body, of your life, with light. Your body and your life become luminous, radiant, and you assist others even just through your presence. It sounds wonderful, and it is, yet it is not always an easy path. As the light travails through darkness, pain and suffering can arise in waves. Best to be present to it, trust that it is not a permanent condition, and wait for the spiral to twist from dark to light again, always moving closer and closer to the purity of the center and expanding outward eternally as though you are being inhaled by the divine, filling cosmic lungs as they reach far and wide, taking in all of life. The message of this oracle to you is that you are growing. You are bringing more of your light into form. You may be meeting obstacles in yourself and in the world, but this is because you are bringing through the light. If there were nothing happening, there would be no obstacle. Bless them as signs that you are proceeding and empower them no more. You shall be. All else is just divine timing. And the poetry here, the inner movement in expressive flow and outward breath and dance of light, becoming one, becoming free. You said it's resonating? Awesome. I'm glad to know it because, yeah, and again, it's just a little bit more loving yourself like spirit loves you and understanding that you really are kind of a big deal. And that's not in a braggadocious way, but we've been taught so much to not love ourselves that we have to align ourselves with the notion of that it's okay to love ourselves. And then when we do that, our counterpart can come in and love us too. Like you said, what you want wants you. The pearl threaded. Though we labor through the illusion of individuality and have to face our inner challenges in solitude, our spiritual transformation is not an independent event, nor is it for our victory alone as we approach the enlightened way of all-embracing love. Each human being is a pearl on the Divine Mother's garland, gradually assuming luster and revealing beauty, worth, and radiance over many lifetimes. Together, we are creating a precious offering in return for her gift of life. We can learn to draw on the collective effort to allow our own journey to become integrated into the journey of the group without being weighed down and instead to be lifted up. To do this, we honor the thread that connects each of us as one divine being, just like the various fingers that belong to the one hand. Then we honor the pearl essence of our divine nature, that we are capable of growth and transformation, becoming divine beauty. This oracle brings you a message. You are to shift your perspective to allow all groups that you are involved in to become a source of energetic lifting rather than depletion. If a group you are involved in cannot do this for you, then you may not be in vibrational resonance, and it may be time to seek a group that is more energetically supportive of your vibration. Trust your feelings and don't be scared to open up and allow yourself to connect with others. That way you can truly know if a group or gathering is for you or if you need to move on. But do trust that you're not alone on your journey, and the soul connections that will nourish you will draw you to them like strands of pearls on the Divine Mother's necklace. And the poetry that goes with this: hearts apart, remember love, and time stands still. All right, Faith Ruth, that is your message. You say you're growing and learning to appreciate the obstacles of life as lessons. Absolutely. Because I'm telling you, you chose the curriculum whether you realize it or not. We chose basically what family we're going to be born into, the basic circumstances, whether we were going to be rich or poor this go around. I think we even choose like our race and the general area that we're going to be born into. We select our parents. As jacked up as that may seem for folks that think they got the poopy end of the stick in the parent parade, you chose them, believe it or not. I was actually shown my daughter, both of my daughter's soul contracts, or our part of their soul contract in meditation one day, and they literally, I have 4 children, 2 daughters and twin boys, and my oldest is a girl, my youngest is a girl, and then the boys in the middle are, twins. Both of my daughters are lesbians. Go figure. But when I was shown their contract, it was because that I was selected to be their mother. They had to go through lessons learning poverty and a whole lot of other stuff too, but they chose me because I wouldn't judge. I helped them make that transition without judgment. Even though I was raised in the Deep South and the Bible Belt and all the rest of that, to be super judgmental of homosexuality, I never could muster up the ire for it that a lot of them real Bible thumping Christians get. So yeah, if they were going to be born in that part of the country, I was probably a very safe choice for them. You're so very welcome, dear, and I hope that, like I said, I'm glad it resonates, and I hope it helps you to continue to stay the course and wait for this beautiful divine counterpart. And anytime you just want a hug from spirit and a little bit of a confirmation while you wait, be sure to come on back in here anytime we're doing the live stream, and I'll be more than happy to pull cards for you. You are so welcome. All right, next up we have Dawn of the Risen and Arya Pandy. Are either of you still here? Also, if we have G.Y. Daniel, Trina Monique Hearn, Rick 888, Jenna C. or Jesus LeBlunt in the house, please speak up for me. Because after we get done with Arya Pandy, if Dawn of the Risen pops back in, fine. If not, after Arya, if none of y'all have popped back in and speak up, then I'll be shutting down the session for the day. Arya, are you still here, my dear? G.Y. Daniel, Trina Monique Hearn, Rick 888, Jenna C., Jesus LeBlunt, Dawn of the Risen, or Arya Pandy. We're going to give it about 2 more minutes, if that, maybe 1, because for real, even if you just type a Y or an emoji of any kind or anything in the chat to let me know that you're still here, I'll be more than happy to wait for your question. Don't try to get the whole paragraph and all the typos done, because I'm telling you, if nobody responds, I'll be shutting this session down shortly, because I have been here since 11:30 this morning, or 12, I think. Ooh, we got Mending here, Happy, and Treasure Island for somebody, though. And New Life as well. That ain't a bad way to ride out, though. Uh-oh, why? Well, somebody focused on their why and can figure that out. Arya Pandy, this is your last call. I'm trying to tell you. Arya don't have no patience. Every time they come in this live stream, they pop in, want to interrupt the middle of whatever reading I'm doing, don't want to wait in line, and then disappear and then pop back in another live stream to do the same thing again. She ain't gonna never get a reading that way if she don't learn how to hang around for a minute. All right, all right. Going once, going twice. Oh, I guess we are going to close the session in. I do thank everyone that joined me today, sharing the energy, for giving me the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the channel already, I would appreciate you going and doing so. Also consider subscribing to my other channel, Modern Mystic Messages. You can find the icon for it on the home page of this channel all the way at the bottom. Tap the icon, it'll take you right over there. We get into the more of the meat and potatoes of the ancient texts and the scriptures and the Anunnaki quest and Yeshua and all, like I said, all sorts of spiritual conversations over there. So I definitely encourage you to join us there. I will be live on that channel Sunday evenings and Tuesday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern. And let's see, today is Wednesday. I will probably not be live on this channel. I might pop in live on Saturday for a little while, but primarily you can probably catch me on TikTok as Modern Mystic Messages or modern.mystic.messages. I will be over there putting some content there, but I will be uploading some readings to the channel as well. I just won't be live again until next Monday morning at I might as well go ahead and say 12 noon, because I've been saying 11 and I wind up getting late, so we're going to shoot for 12 this time. If I make it in earlier, cool, but I'll see you on Monday here on Anunnaki Oracle Priestess. Thank you again for joining me. I love you. Peace and blessings to you. In the meantime, in between time, until next time, namaste.